Mr. Speaker, and all protocol observed, my name is Eric Ojara, Area Councillor 5, Avuga Sub-County in OMORO District. I'm rising under Rule 11, Sub-Rule 1 of the Standing Rules of Procedure for Local Government Councils in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to propose that the following rules be suspended for this particular sitting. Mr. Speaker, the first rule that I'm proposing be suspended is Rule 9, Sub-Rule 3 of the Standard Rules of Procedure for Local Government Councils in Uganda, which provide for sitting arrangement in council. I propose that this be suspended to allow the honorable members sit without their political affiliation lining for this particular event. I beg to propose. Mr. Speaker, allow me to give a brief justification why this rule should be suspended. Prior to the arrival of the honorable members, the space provided to carry on this event couldn't give us the mandate to arrange the sitting in the way that are described in the standard rules of procedure. And by virtue of that, the number which are attending this council joint meeting is large. I propose that the standard sitting, which are accorded in the council, be suspended and allow members to interact the way they are. I beg to move. Second rule, Mr. Speaker, that I propose that be suspended for this particular meeting is Rule 112, Sub-Rule 3, that limits gadget in council. Owing to the nature of this gathering or the council meeting, Mr. Speaker, this is a national program. It's a national sitting and which is being watched all over the world. And by that, we should permit the other gadgets that could have been possibly not allowed in the council be used here, so that the mourners all over the world are able to follow the proceeding from wherever they are. Mr. Speaker, the next rule that I will propose be suspended for this joint regional emergency council meeting is Rule 115, Sub-Rule 1, 2, and 3. Mr. Speaker, we are well aware that our sitting, being a person of hierarchy in the leadership of this country, and number 3 to be exact, call for dignitaries to transfer from all over to come and attend. And Mr. Speaker, for your attention, most of our dignitaries of high caliber love to have their security guaranteed. Mr. Speaker, with this, allow me to propose that our Rule 115, Sub-Rule 1, 2, 3 be suspended and allow first the dignitaries who set off maybe late this morning to join us and be seated down. 2 is also to allow the dignitaries escort to be amidst us. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable colleagues, this proposal shall be treated as one motion. So do I have secondments?
Mr. Speaker, all speakers present, all dignitaries, and the House at large. I am Lanam Florence, a woman city councillor 5 in La Ropeje North, found in Gulu City. Mr. Speaker, given the occasion of the day, I rise up today to second and to adopt the order paper that has already been put on the floor, and therefore would like to adopt it as it is for discussion. I beg. Sorry.
Honorable
Mr.
members,
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, once more.
Let us give her an opportunity to just correct the word.
Thank you. I beg to be corrected on that. Mr. Speaker, again, with due respect to your desk, I rise again once more to second the motion that has already been put on the floor, proposed by one councillor that has already left the floor, that we accept to suspend the rules that have already been put forward, given the nature of the event that we are in today, due to the challenges that are at hand. I beg to.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable members, there is already a procedural issue to deal with. And can I have a seconder? And I will guide that this should come from a district council or from a city council. Seconder. Okay, you have already walked and come, so I shall allow the both of you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, teams of speakers, dignitaries of your various capacities. I'm Honorable Maurice Odong, Councillor 5, La Ropeje South, Gulu City Council. I'm purposely up on the podium to second the proposal made that these rules be suspended. I'm up to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Lastly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Colleagues, the honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, I am up to make a final and solid secondment to the suspension.
All secondments are solid, Honorable Member.
I therefore second that the rules that have been suspended stand as the motion proposed. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, after a solid secondment by Honorable Burlington Pawngwech, these rules remain suspended, particularly for this council sitting, and that is Rule 115, Rule 113, and Rule 112. The implication now is that the sitting arrangement remain the way we are seated. And we should be comfortable wherever we are. The implication also is that in our midst, we should not be offended as council when we see gadgets moving around that would have offended the rule of council. And we are also saying this council is comfortable with having men and women who are in possession of firearms in our midst. And now with this, I also now use my authority to declare that this entire vicinity, the compound, and the building in which we are sitting under, and some of us are sitting in, and carving where the vehicles are parked, including members in the very unique gallery, all these areas constitute the council precinct. We can now proceed to the next item.
Mr. Speaker, the next item is adoption of the order paper. Oh, those are part of adoption. Part of adoption of the law. You're saying it is done. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. All the protocols remain observed. Mr. Speaker, I'm called Francis Lamon, the District Councillor of Achet Town Council in OMORO District. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to move a motion that before we adopt the order paper, we should undergo to make an amendment in the order paper which will integrate item 6 and item 5. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, can we have a justification for that?
Mr. Speaker, sir, with due respect to your office and the capacity in this very occasion, looking at the diversities of these two items in the order paper, it makes it very clearly that in order to observe time, we really need to have these two items integrated and handled as one in the order paper.
Thank you. Thank you so much, honorable member. We have a need has a reason. So, secondment. You have a contrary view.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the gathering, I'm up to emanate a contrary view on the proposal made on the two items subjected for amalgamation, looking at the content and the justifications to which these items have been taken as independent. They are so pertinent to an extent that the tasks to be performed by these key items are very pertinent, and there's no way they can have interrelations. And it's by matter of procedure that has to be taken as they are. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, let me take you to the items in the order paper. Item number 5 should be motion to receive the body of the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Lookore Oulanyah. Motion number 6. The item number 6 is to present for discussion and adoption a draft memorandum to eulogize the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament. Looking at the substance and looking at the interrelation, it became wise on guidance that the two items be matched. Honorable Duny, I had not invited you to step to the podium. You rise on which matter? No, please. Let us hear your opinion.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as an elderly man in the council, I rise to second the adoption of the paper.
Honorable member, let us be guided. Thank you for that line of submission. Let us be guided. There is an issue which is still on the floor, which we need to agree on. We need to agree on. If you're not objecting, then you should tell us the reason, because now you're objecting and you're not justifying why you should object and allow the order paper to be adopted the way it is.
The order paper should be adopted the way it is, as has been raised by a member, that the two motions are so pertinent that they cannot be separated. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me adopt it.
Can I put this to the floor? Can I put this to the floor? Honorable members, okay, can I take Honorable Susan, Gulu City? You may just wait down here. You never know no, wait from down. Honorable members, let us be orderly.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, your table remain honored. My name is Susan Achan. I am the Woman City Councillor of Larope South and Chairperson, Finance Administration, Production and Marketing, Golo City Council. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to second the motion that the order paper be adopted the way it is. When we looked at agenda number 5, that is a motion to receive the body of the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah. And then the motion number 6 is to present for discussion. So these are two different motions. I therefore second that the order paper be adopted the way it is.
I will now put it to the floor.
Yes.
Those honorable members, I am putting a question to the floor. Thank you so much. Those who say the item should remain the way it has been proposed, that we merge item 5 and item 6 will constitute the IS, and those who say no, let us leave pi as pi, item 5 stands on its own, and item 6 is a standalone item, will be the nays. So those in favor of merger, and those against? So we shall allow items 5 and items 6 to stand as independent items. And that is how the order of business in the council shall move.
Mr. Speaker, the next item on the order paper is the communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I am still alive to the protocol that we have, and I entirely and humbly recognize all of you in your respective capacities. You are aware that on the 20th of last month, we lost an icon in this nation. He was not only an icon in this nation, but he was the Member of Parliament for OMORO constituency, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, the 11th Parliament, and also most importantly, the Vice Chairperson Northern Uganda for the NRM party, the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah. It is only normal and due under our council procedure that we accord respect where it is due. After this, we will proceed to hearing of testimonies from honorable members of the selfless life that the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, who is no longer with us, has lived. And therefore, that necessitated, out of discussions amongst the local government councils of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile, the need for all the leadership of the sub-regions to constitute themselves in one council to pay a special tribute and our last respect to the fallen hero in our midst. One thing that I need to note is that as council, as we move to the time of the debate, we should constantly be reminded in our debate of the life of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the late, and that should guide our thinking patterns. Honorable colleagues and mourners, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, deceased, lived a life that was full of sacrifices for his family, for the people of OMORO, for the people of northern Uganda, and for this country as a whole. And as the leadership in the sub-regions, we owe him a duty, we owe our people a duty to gather in remembrance of him and agree in principle and also for implementation on some key decisions that will be for our council consumption and also for upward submissions. I also want to acknowledge that his process of life, just like the life of any great passion, was full of violent oppositions. And as a Speaker of the House, I regret that it took us so long to understand the unique value of the deceased Speaker of Parliament. And I want to say we have opportunities that we have missed as a people. But let it be the duty of this council to forge a way forward that we have a concerted effort to remember the legacy that he has left us with, to promote and to preserve the legacy of the deceased Speaker of Parliament, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. As I conclude, one thing stands out from the political leaders. Some of us grew under their shadows. The Right Honorable Speaker was a man full of charity. But what makes his charitable works unique is that he does not put a public show on all the charitable works that he would do. You would not see the Right Honorable Speaker taking a photo of the church where he has built and standing and then posting somewhere. You wouldn't see him standing with the children and announcing that I am paying and I'm taking care and responsibility over these ones. And I think he understood in a very deep respect the context of charity. So, honorable colleagues, as I conclude, I want to apologize to all of us as the Speaker of the House that this session started very late. This is not the way of OMORO. This is not the way of Acholi now and West Nile. And this should have never been the way of the late Speaker of Parliament. But also as human beings, we acknowledge that we are mere mortals and some things are bigger than us. We needed to handle a lot of things before we could settle down to have this meeting commence. And as the Speaker of the House, receive my apology. I also want to note that the Bola dancers, we appreciate your timely entrance, but I think you held the council hostage, including the Speaker of the House. At the time we should have sat and constituted ourselves, we needed to wait. But I think that is excusable because that is the beauty of culture. Wherever they are, we appreciate them. So, honorable colleagues, I needed just to remind us on the few values of the man whose life we have gathered here to celebrate, so that in our discussions, we understand that our discussions and our agreements and decisions should not offend those values. Our discussions, our debates should not offend the need for unity. The late Speaker of Parliament fought, and I think he succeeded in the unity of the North, and he was, within the short stint of his leadership, advocating for the leadership, for the unity of this country. He left us with a message that we can be our brother's keepers, and we can fight as one people for the survival and the welfare of this country, and our debate and our decisions should be guided by that. I thank you all for coming.
Mr. Speaker, the next in the order paper is the motion to receive the body of the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, and this is to be presented by the chairperson of OMORO District.
Honorable Speaker of the Joint City and District Council, Honorable City Mayors, the District Chairpersons, Honorable Members of District Executives, the members of the Chairpersons of the Council, and other members of the Council, members of Parliament, the Chief Justice, Resident District Commissioner, Chief Administrative Officers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I rise up on a motion to receive the body and pay special tribute to the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah, the former Speaker of the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, to the first Regional Joint Council meeting of West Nile, Acholi, and Lango sub-region. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the power conferred to this council by the Local Government Act, Chapter 243, Section 8, and motion move under Rule 27 of the Standard Rule of Procedure for the Local Government Council in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Council considers receiving the body. And you need to note that we will not have got the casket in front of us because of the cultural embodiment that we have in Africa. Once the body enters the house, can only come out when it is going to the grave. So we are receiving the body in terms of portrait to represent him. Deceased, and Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah was born on March 23, 1965 in Lalogi, Gulu District. He was born during the time when we still have Gulu District, to Mzee Nathan Okori and Emat Keren Atuan Okori. Jacob attended his primary school in Lalogi Primary School. He attended his secondary school in St. Joseph's College, Laibi, and Dr. Obote College, Boroboro, for the O-level education, where he took on leadership role and also on his debating and oratory skills. He completed his A-level education at Kololo Senior Secondary School in Kampala in 1987. Thereafter, he joined Makerere University in 1988, where he studied agricultural economics and graduated in 1991 with honors. That same year, he took the courage and enrolled back to the same institution, Makerere University, to study law. And he graduated in 1994 with Bachelor of Laws degree. And in 1995, he attended the Law Development Center, where he obtained a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. Upon his graduation from LDC, he was retained as a lecturer at the center for 2 years. While at Makerere University, Jacob got actively involved in student politics and went on to serve as a guild speaker between 1989 and 1990. Together with colleagues Honorable Norbert Mao, Charles Owo, they started Oulanyah, Owo, and Mao Company Advocates, a private law firm in Kampala in 1995. Mr. Speaker, speakers and members of the council, in 1996 he married the love of his youth, Miss Dorothy Nang, an ardent child rights activist. She is believed to have been the force behind Jacob's stellar political career. Unfortunately, Dorothy passed on. I wanted to allow the people whom they are receiving in the house be known.
Thank you.
And that is the reason why I am being very slow to allow people know the passions we are receiving. He successfully contested for political office and joined the 7th Parliament as a member of Parliament for OMORO and in Gulu District. He was appointed and the chair of Legal Parliamentary Affairs Committee. He, however, lost the bid for re-election into the 8th Parliament and bounced back in the 9th Parliament, and also bounced back in the 10th Parliament, and where he was elected Deputy Speaker and served as Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, Jacob was instrumental in the peace talk between Lord's Resistance Army and government of the Republic of Uganda that led to the silence of guns in northern Uganda. In 2001, with the support of his wife, Dorothy, he initiated the establishment of Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children with 9 members. The forum now became a household name. He served as patron of the forum until his demise. Mr. Speaker, on the 13th July 2019, Jacob Oulanyah was awarded an honorary doctorate of theology by Life Theology College in the United States, handing him the title of the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah. He served as a board member of the Global Majority and International Organization Committee to the promotion of nonviolent conflict management through education, training, networking, advocacy. He was also the co-rapporteur on the Committee of Political Affairs in African, Caribbean, and Pacific European Union group of the states. Mr. Speaker, Jacob Oulanyah was re-elected to represent OMORO County and in 11th Parliament as a member of Parliament. On the 24th of May 2001, he was elected as a Speaker of 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. His mission was to restore public confidence in the institution of Parliament and make it people-centered. On the 20th March 2022, unfortunately, the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah passed on. Mr. Speaker and members of August House, Jacob is survived by 8 children, 3 grandchildren, and several dependents. In addition, he is survived by his father, Mzee Nathan Okori, brother Francis Emuna, and sisters Harriet Adong Okori and Betty Ajok Okori, and several cousins, nieces, and nephews. Mr. Speaker, Jacob Oulanyah did not only serve as an MP and Speaker of Parliament, he also served as a member of Central Executive Committee of NRM Party, the party in government. As the Vice Chairperson for Northern Uganda, a position he used dedicatedly to call for unity, not only among the political party members, but unity of the nation, unity of the region where he comes from. The deceased Speaker was a great asset to the Council of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile local governments. It is on the above premise that I now move that the body of the late Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah be received in this council, and thereafter be it resolved that council collectively convey its condolences to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the bereaved family, relatives and friends, the people of Northern Region, and OMORO District in particular, that the District Council for the convey for the loss of the great exceptional leader and take cognitions of the excellent and patriotic services that the Right Honorable Dr. Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah has rendered to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Northern Uganda, and people of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, members of this gallant House, with all the above characteristics of Charles, a gallant son of the soil, I therefore conclude that this first joint regional district city council received the motion for discussion and received the body and subsequently make appropriate approval. I therefore move for God and my country. Thank you.
May you supply me with a copy, please? Honorable members, those who are coming for submissions, allow me to guide now this. Let our submissions now be in respect to what is relevant to the Council. The Honorable District Chairperson OMORO, we thank you so much. Thank you for the motion. Secondment.
The presiding speaker for this emergency regional council meeting and speakers of the other districts here assembled, the district chairpersons from various districts and cities, members of the district executive committee and executive committees from the various cities, honorable colleagues, members of council, dignitaries from central government. In the interest of time, I observe the protocol. Mr. Speaker, my name is Otika Richard, the LC5 councillor for Ongaro Sub-County in OMORO district in northern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I am humbled before you and all the mourners here assembled to second the proposed motion moved by Honorable Lakony Michael, the district chairperson, OMORO district. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was an MP, as it has been earlier on mentioned, for OMORO County and the former Speaker of Parliament in the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. The late was a political satellite for the people of OMORO district. He became the satellite of OMORO in such a way that when someone talks about OMORO, the whole world respects you for his positive representation, and we shall regret his departure, which is irreplaceable for now. Mr. Speaker, by dictate of the law, the Speaker ought to exhibit a high level of impartiality when presiding over parliamentary debates. And this late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah exclusively proved and highly portrayed. He balanced the debates between the ruling party and the opposition. And based on this,
Procedural.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm up on the matter of procedure. The freeholder of the stage, an honorable member, was tasked.
Under which rule are you proceeding?
Under rule procedures, he is mandated to perform a simple task.
Under which rule, honorable member? Because this is a procedural matter.
It's indemnity that I did not carry the procedure with me, but honorably.
Honorably, take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, if you are rising on a matter of procedure, you should be able to guide the House which rule of procedure you feel is being offended. So can we stick to the rule? Now, honorable member, please, I had already earlier on guided that your submission should be strict to what is relevant to the council. We are sitting in the council of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. So please give us a brief justification in less than 30 seconds, and you move on to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your intervention. It's unfortunate that I was interrupted. However, the point was valid. I now second the motion moved by Honorable Lakony Michael, the District Chairperson for OMORO District Local Government. I second.
Thank you so very much, Honorable Otika. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable colleague members in your various capacities. On the interest of time, I want to observe the protocol. Mr. Speaker, I'm called Mambo Ashraf, the District Chair, Koboko. I've stand and rise here to second the motion that you have guided following the fully eulogy given by our District Chair, OMORO. I beg to second.
Thank you so very much, District Chairperson Koboko. You read my mind because I was calling for a seconder from West Nile, and in my list I had put Koboko, Yumba, and Pakwach. So, District Chairperson, thank you so much. Honorable colleagues, this motion succeeds. Council shall therefore rise up to signify the reception of the deceased Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah. Let us remain standing for about a minute. We may be seated. We proceed to the next item. We shall perform a unique exercise. We shall go ahead to lay wreath and pay attention to this so that I may be guided on protocol. Some from where I cannot determine who the guests entering are, but this shall be the order. We shall begin on a reversed order. We shall start from the presiding speaker in the company of all the right honorable speakers of the different local government councils and their deputies. And immediately we shall alter the order and move to the family. And we shall move to the area members of parliament who are present. And we shall move to regional representation. So we have a regional representation of the Lord Mayors and the district chairpersons, and then the regional representation of the members of parliament, the regional representation of the speakers. That I think, right honorable members, we should waive this now. And we shall move. I think I'm being guided on protocol. Then we shall move to the honorable ministers who are present. Honorable ministers you will have to bear with me that you all put as one team and you shall be led. I have been notified in our midst is the third Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda shall lead the team of the ministers that include the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Northern Uganda, the State Minister for Primary Education, and if there is any other minister who entered when I have not been notified, shall join that team. And then we shall have laying of wreath by the Right Honorable Secretary General, and we shall move to His Lordship, the Chief Justice. So can we start in that order? Honorable members, the House was not suspended, and we have not offended any rule. This is an extension of the motion that is still on the floor. So can I now, with deep honor and respect, call upon the family. I do not know who is going to lead the team. Official members in this council. I am not seeing them move. Can I move on to regional representation of the district chairpersons? And the team shall be led by the district chairperson of Acholi district, who is the vice chairperson, Ulga. We shall now move to another regional representation of Acholi Parliamentary Group. The Honorable Chairperson for the Parliamentary Group, lead your team, Honorable Acholi. The next team should be Lango Parliamentary Group. Do I have that representation in the council? I've left that structure already. It is now passed. West Nile Parliamentary Forum is the next group. Thank you, honorable ministers. May I now humbly request the ministers to wait? May I now humbly request the ministers to wait for the Deputy Prime Minister to join the team? And now shall be in the company of all the other ministers, including the Minister for Local Government. Honorable members, you will have to bear with me. This protocol is very large. I take responsibility for some oversight, but which we may now not reverse. May I now move to the Right Honorable Secretary General. And finally, we shall have the Right Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda laying wreath. Thank you, Your Lordship. Honorable members, if there is any other dignitary whose presence was not brought to my attention earlier on for me to have captured, I take responsibility as the Speaker of the House, and I apologize. But I thank you so much for, with a lot of sobriety, disposing of this particular item. We can move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next in the order paper is the motion for discussion and adoption of a draft memorandum to eulogize the late Honorable Speaker, and that one shall be presented by the District Chair of OMORO District Local Government.
The presiding speaker, the Speaker of OMORO District Local Government, accompanying speakers and deputy speakers from West Nile, Acholi and Lango sub-region, my colleague, the district chairpersons here present, and the Lord Mayors here with us, Honorable District Councillors of the Great West Nile, Acholi and Lango Sub-Region, the resident district commissioners here present with us, the bereaved family, the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda in absentia, His Lordship, the Chief Justice of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, that is within the district, but not in this council premises, the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, the Secretary General and the mighty NRM party and the party leaders present, Your Excellency the ambassadors, cabinet ministers and ministers of state, led by our own minister, the Minister of Local Government, honorable members of Parliament here present with us, the permanent secretaries, the Vice President of Uganda Local Government Association and Uganda Urban Authorities here present, officers and men of the Uganda Police Forces, police and prison, religious leaders and cultural leaders, media, print and electronic, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, sir, as you are aware, this emergency special council meeting is convened in accordance with Section 8 of the Local Government Act, CAV 243, which is on cooperation among districts. And it states, 2 or more districts may, in accordance with this Article 178 of the Constitution, cooperate in the area of culture and development. And for the purpose of cooperation, form and support council trust funds, oral secretariat. Mr. Speaker, sir, Section 8.2 of the Local Government Act, CAV 243 states, a local government council may concur with other local government council in appointing a joint committee for any matter in which they have a common interest. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are here as leaders from Acholi sub-region, Lango sub-region and West Nile, holding this special emergency council meeting as a matter of legal provision, but also most importantly, as a matter of public interest to the people of northern Uganda and Uganda at large. Mr. Speaker, sir, the demise of the Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, profoundly shocked people of all walks of life at national, international, and local spheres. However, the Bible says, let your will be done and not my will. Mr. Speaker, sir, Section 9.1, CAV 243 states, a council shall be the highest political authority within the areas of jurisdiction of a local government and shall have legislative and executive powers to be exercised in accordance with the Constitution and the Local Government Act. Therefore, the Acholi sub-region, Lango sub-region and West Nile sub-region councils and the city councils are the highest political authorities in the region. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is upon the above background that we sit here today as Greater Northern Uganda local government leaders in an emergency special full council meeting to pay our last respect and mourn the late retired Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, who was a member of the Central Executive Committee of the mighty and giant NRM party for Northern Uganda, and former Member of Parliament for OMORO County in OMORO District. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah had unique qualities, character, and traits that cannot be described completely by one, but notably, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will not read all because others have been mentioned. Mr. Speaker, out of the many attributes, with many other various embodiments that word cannot adequately describe, Mr. Speaker, we mourn, we weep, we cry, we shout, we sing memorial songs, but most importantly, we celebrate the life of the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, former member of the Central Executive Committee, former MP for OMORO County, Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, for the immense and unique contribution he made to this country, though short-lived. Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the local government leaders in Acholi, Lango, and West Nile sub-region, permit me to present the proposals, recommendations for discussion and adoption, so that the legacy of the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah lives on. Mr. Speaker, sir, the former Speaker, the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, initiated with his direct financing the Dano Padano Foundation and invested money worth 3 billion Uganda shilling for groups in OMORO district, OMORO County, where members can borrow money in a revolving manner at a low interest rate of 5%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 5% remains with the group on a rotational basis and it rotates among the members. This was geared towards community mobilization, socio-economic transformation, economic empowerment, development, and poverty eradication. We sit here today, Mr. Speaker. We implore State House, Office of the President, Microfinance Support Center to provide additional funds in form of grants so that the Dano Padano Foundation continues to operate in memory of the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah constructed a house at the Eulogy Center with an idea to have OMORO FM and OMORO TV. The purpose is to mobilize the people of OMORO district, disseminate government programs among others. The late Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah is no more, but his idea and vision lives on. Mr. Speaker, sir, the booster for the signal has been installed, and what is left is the frequency. We see today make an appeal to Uganda Communication Commission to support the family and the district by availing a frequency for OMORO FM, and the engineers from Uganda Broadcasting Corporation superintend the installation and testing of the OMORO FM and the proposed OMORO TV. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, due to the high level of vulnerability and poverty in OMORO district, Acholi, Sub-region, Northern Uganda was sponsoring over 180 students in secondary schools, institutions, and universities in Uganda. For the future of the students and for his legacy to thrive, we earnestly ask State House, Parliament of Uganda, and the Minister of Education and Sports to take over paying for the over 180 students in the various universities, institutions, and secondary schools, as well as support the Jacob Oulanyah Education Trust Fund for the needy and the vulnerable students who perform well in national examination. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah started constructing a county home in Ajuri, Eulogy sub-county. The wind of death did not allow him to complete it. And this is where we are. Our appeal is that State House, Parliamentary Commission, and the UPDF Engineering Brigade fast-track the completion of the building for a decent family settlement as well as family investment for sustainability. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, in consultation with an agreement with the OMORO District Local Government, initiated the construction of a OMORO District Council Hall with other offices, and the first phase was completed. In his engagement, Mr. Speaker, with the District Council and stakeholders in OMORO District, he proposed that once the OMORO District Council Hall was completed, the building be named General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Hall of Fame. And this is in recognition of the peace, stability, and development ushered in by the President of the Republic of Uganda and the National Resistance Party. Our proposal is that the OMORO District Council Hall and other offices be financed by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and constructed through the UPDF Engineering Brigade. And further, that OMORO District Council resolution be amended and the building be renamed General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Right Honorable Jacob Lokore Oulanyah Hall of Fame for their unique contribution, transformational leadership, and inclusive development. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, using transitional grant, the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, was engaged in Minister of Finance and the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury for an additional allocation of funds to OMORO District for the completion of the construction of the district headquarters, mechanical-based workshop, drilling and rehabilitation of boreholes, construction of service or recreational centers for local revenue generation, among others. Mr. Speaker, sir, the first and the second budget call circular for the next financial year, 2022-2023, did not capture the allocation of transitional grant to OMORO District. And we kept wondering as to whether it was because of his health at that time. Our request is that government budget through the Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development, Directorate of Budget, and Parliament to allocate to OMORO District transitional grant in the next financial year, 2022-2023 budget. This can be done for the next 4 financial years to allow the district complete the construction of the district headquarters and other administrative establishment and enhance social services delivery. Mr. Speaker, sir, OMORO District Headquarters occupies one side of the road, while the other side is a paid Central Forest Reserve. In a council meeting and stakeholders engagement, a resolution was reached at that development cannot be on one side of the road, and OMORO District Local Government submitted a resolution to the Gazette of paid Central Forest Reserve. And the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah promised to fast-track the processes through Cabinet and Parliament. We propose that OMORO Central Forest Reserve be degazetted for proper planning of OMORO District. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, in a bid to embrace fully the vision of NRM of skilling Uganda, and in recognition of the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, Northern Uganda Commonwealth Youth Development Center, that brings on board students who are undergoing skills training from West Nile, Acholi, and Lango, be upgraded to a national polytechnics and renamed Jacob Oulanyah National Polytechnics. And also Bobby Community Polytechnic be upgraded to National Polytechnics and other technical institutes be built in OMORO District. Mr. Speaker, sir, Government of Uganda, through the Ministry of Education and Sports, commits to fully renovate and expand the 2 primary schools the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah was supporting near his home, namely Ajuri Primary School and Laloge Primary School. The late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah had his primary education at Laloge primary school. He even built 6 teachers' houses in the 2 primary schools using his money. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that government takes over. Mr. Speaker, the late Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, together with the OMORO district local government, mobilized the leaders to start community schools in the district, in areas where access to primary and secondary education was a problem. These schools are in place under management of the community. In maintaining its legacy, the Regional Council presents this proposal. Coding and grant aiding to the community primary school and secondary schools in OMORO district that the late Right Honorable Speaker had been supporting. In the same spirit, we appeal to government of Uganda through the Ministry of Education and Sports to code and provide grants to other community schools in northern Uganda in order to increase access to quality education. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah was a strong believer in God and had accepted Jesus as his Lord and Savior. During his life on earth, and when he was at home here in the village, he fellowshiped and prayed at a Jury Church of Uganda and a Jury Chapel, respectively. He started the construction of the 2 churches, but they are incomplete. He had committed to complete the construction by a public address system and fully furnish the 2 churches. Our proposal is for the Office of the President and the Ministry of Ethics and Integrity. We support from the UPDF Engineering Brigade to complete the construction and fully furnish these churches. Mr. Speaker, sir, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah likes sports, and for the purpose of talent identification and development, as well as the promotion of sports tourism in this country, we beseech that a stadium be built in OMORO Town Council in his honor and named Jacob Lokore Oulanyah Memorial Stadium. This is a proposal to be financed by the Ministry of Education and Sports. And Mr. Speaker, I'm humble and honored that amidst us, we have the Minister of State for Sports, Honorable Boa Dennis Amson. Mr. Speaker, sir, a memorial lecture be instituted on annual basis in recognition of the transformational leadership that the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah exhibited during his lifetime. We request the Office of the President, Parliament, and NRM Secretariat to take this lead in partnership with local governments in northern Uganda. We should have yearly memorial lectures in partnership with the local government. Mr. Speaker, sir, Government of Uganda to tarmac the Gulu-Moroto Road to enhance connectivity, mobility, security, access to social services, among others. And this road be renamed the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, and we implore the Minister of Works and Transport, together with Uganda National Roads Authority, to fast-track the processes. Mr. Speaker, sir, all the 3 cities in northern Uganda, Arua, Gulu, and Lira City, and the districts and municipalities in northern Uganda are to have one major road named after the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah. I beg to move. Mr. Speaker, sir, a portrait of the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, approved by Parliamentary Commission, be placed in the respective councils hall, administrative offices, and NRM party offices in the district, cities, municipality, divisions, and all the lower local government offices in northern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, aware that the Uganda forest cover stands at 8% with a high rate of deforestation, the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokore Oulanyah was an ardent environmentalist. In order to restore the forest cover and enhance environmental protection, mass tree planting be launched in West Nile, Acholi, and Lango sub-region at household and institutional level. We request the Minister of Water and Environment and Uganda National Forestry Authority to take lead in mobilization, provisions of adequate seedlings of different species, and funding alongside the local government. Mr. Speaker, sir, The late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, was a champion of health system strengthening and health service delivery. He had a vision of upgrade Lango Health Center 4 to OMORO District Hospital and Bobi Health Center 3 to Health Center 4. He had engaged the Minister of Health, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Health, and all the above on the above issues, and the matter is before Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, sir, we present the following requests under health. That the Lango Health Center 4 be upgraded to a district hospital status, and also ensure that all the districts in northern Uganda without district hospital gets a district hospital. 2, that Bobi Health Center 3 be upgraded to Health Center 4, and ensure that all the traditional Health Center 3s in the districts of northern Uganda be upgraded to Health Center 4. That the Northern Uganda Cancer Center in Koro under construction be renamed Jacob Lokori Oulanyah Cancer Center. That the Nordic Syndrome Center in Udek at Akoyo Parish be turned to Health Center 3 with special needs education attachment, and the same be done in all the districts in northern Uganda with Nordic Syndrome cases and Nordic Syndrome centers. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 82 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda is on the office of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of Parliament. And 82.4 states, subject to Article 81.4 of this Constitution, no business shall be transacted in Parliament other than an election of the office of the Speaker at any time that office is vacant. We, the leaders from northern Uganda, following the untimely death of the Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, the former Speaker of Parliament, notice with concern, and I want to repeat this, we, the leaders of northern Uganda, following the untimely death of the Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, the former Speaker of Parliament, notice with concern the inhumane and insensitive provision in that article. Mr. Speaker, sir, when you look at the excitement at the time people went for nomination for NRM primaries to elect the next Speaker of Parliament, you keep thinking and wondering, are we mourning? When you look at the excitement on the day of voting in this country for the next Speaker, you ask yourself, are we mourning? That's why the leaders of northern Uganda are concerned. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are well aware that several amendments of our Constitution has been done along lines of governance to ensure stability and continuity. However, we propose an amendment of Article 82.4 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda to look at humanity, cultural values and norms, religious principles and practices at the time of death and mourning. This is to be done by the 11th Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, and members of Parliament are here. We want this amendment be done. Mr. Speaker, sir, with all that I have said, I now move that this emergency regional special full council meeting receive the above statement, receive the above proposals, receive the above recommendation for discussion, adoption, and equally, Mr. Speaker, through you, for an addition so that a resolution is passed for implementation in honor of the late Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Lokori Oulanyah. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, District Chairperson OMORO, for the elaborate presentation. I welcome secondment. Secondment to the motion to receive this document for discussion by council.
The Right Honorable Speaker, my colleagues, District Council, chairpersons, honorable ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anyama Ben, former RDC and the district chairman, Ajuma District. Mr. Speaker, after analyzing all the presentation by the chairperson of OMORO District, I rise up to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, District Chairperson Ajumani. Can I have a seconder? I am, honorable members, wait. Honorable member, wait. Do I have Lango of either of you? West Nile. Also West Nile. Okay, let me give the first person. And then the third I shall take from Lango sub-region.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and the August House, my name is Bada Emmanuel Nunu. I represent the people of Moyo Sub-County in the district of Moyo local government. Having able followed the presentation here by the chairman of OMORO district with its content herein, I stand here to make the second secondment for subsequent discussion. I beg to move.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Lango sub-region.
Speaker, sir, for OMORO district, other speakers from Lango sub-region, West Nile, and Acholi, all protocol observed. I'm Gaspar Okelo, District Councillor, Otuhe District Local Government, Secretary Finance, Planning and Administration, Otuhe District Local Government Council. Speaker, sir, I carefully listened to the presentation which is put forward here, and I, with a lot of pain, with the proposal on amendments on Article 82, Articles 2, Clause 4, I stand here to second the motion.
Honorable member, let us first receive the document. We have not yet opened the document for discussion.
Yes, I stand here to receive the document, to second the motion to receive the document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, honorable colleagues, we shall now open this document for discussion. And I think if I receive 3 submissions from West Nile, 3 from Acholi, 3 from Lango sub-region, should be able to allow us dispose of this document. and let the submissions be guided strictly onto the proposals that have been made. And this document is open. And if there are further recommendations to make to enrich the document, this is also the time. I'm starting with Honorable Oduny from Gulu City.
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to commend the presentation from the chairman of OMORO. I would like to make some addition in the presentation by the chairman. We in Gulu City, we cannot leave the name of Oulanyah Jacob out of Gulu City. The late Oulanyah Jacob played a big role in the creation of city of Gulu. We in the council, we shall make sure one of the streets in Gulu City be renamed Oulanyah Lokori. Oulanyah Jacob has been an academician with his academic excellency. We request Gulu University to have a block in the legal department being named Oulanyah Jacob. We cannot forget this, Mr. Speaker, since this presentation by the chairman of OMORO requested for any addition. This is the representation which I think should be really aided in what the chairman of OMORO did. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to pay tribute to the late Jacob Oulanyah as well.
Please summarize in less than 1 minute now.
Allow me also to respect the family of the late Jacob Oulanyah, especially the father, Nathan Okori, and the late mother, Kereni. I'd like to thank you people to have produced a brilliant Uganda ever in the Parliament of Uganda. Nathan Okori, your son followed your footmark in politics of Uganda. You were the pioneer of Acholi local government. Okori, we shall always remember you in the Acholi district. It was not Gulu district, but the entire Acholi district. Therefore, you produced a son who emulated your ability in national politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am Atoato Walter. I represent the people of Ngai Sub-County in Oyam District Local Government. Ngai Sub-County is the next sub-county on this side, bordering Lalogi Sub-County where we are. Mr. Speaker, I am here to add my voice on the motion moved by the district chair, OMORO district. On page 7, the district chair OMORO was talking about government of Uganda to tarmac the Gulu-Moroto roads to enhance connectivity, mobility, security, and the rest. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose this, that on addition to that Gulu-Moroto road, we are also proposing that government of Uganda, in recognition of the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Oulanyah, should also tarmac Gulu-Bobi Abore road, because this is a very big road that connects South Sudan with Uganda. It's also one of the roads which connects the three districts of northern Uganda, that is OMORO, where the leads come from, Oyam district, and also Kole district. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Order coming from where? Yes, order.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, my name is Alaro Kuma Caroline, the Female Youth for Gulu District Youth Council. I am up to raise a point of order. Is it in order for the fellow councillors or member of the council to line up or come in front when a member or a councillor is still on a motion? I want to be guided.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable members, a point of order is raised when the conduct of a particular member in question is unacceptable. When the conduct of a member is unacceptable. I do not want to rule that the conduct of the honorable members coming to line up is unacceptable, but I want to request all of you to honorably take your seats so we can come and debate on an orderly manner. Please, honorable members, take your seats. I am going to get a little bit technical in receiving submissions now so we can move fast. I have received submission from Acholi, from Lango. I am remaining with about 2-3 speakers from the 2 sub-regions. Can I add on Acholi sub-region? And I will receive submission from Honorable Adong Caroline Ross. Honorable Member, are you representing Honorable Don Caroline Rose? I have invited a particular member to come and make a submission. The Honorable Councillor for Gulu, standing for persons with disability. Are you comfortable coming up? Thank you. Thank you for helping out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank every monarch in your different respective capacities. Allow me to say, all protocol observed. Madam Honorable Speaker, sir, this day is a memorable day for all of us. We are here not now mourning the late Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, but we are celebrating his life. Because a life once lived and it has gone, it can never come back. And even if we give a birth to a child and name that child after the late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, it will never be him again. He has already gone. So our purpose for today's meeting is to get the good attributes of him, emulate it, and we continue his legacy. For this matter, I'm here to support all that the chairperson of OMORO has given, and I would like to expound it by adding one recommendation and also by moving a motion. I'm giving two attributes. The first one is his way of uniting the people of Uganda and the people of northern Uganda. The late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, we have seen his way of uniting people in a different aspect. Sometimes he demonstrated practically to make people get united. And is this we have seen already. Northern Uganda is united. He demonstrates things practically. When we look at him, at the time when he was eating with people in Apa, none of us could do that. Sharing a plate, eating together in one pool with many people. To some people, that is unbelievable. But he was doing it to demonstrate that we need to unite in order to have development in our country. Therefore, I am proposing that instead of having northern Uganda constituting of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile, we need to include also Karamoja sub-region. I'm saying this because we have been crying all along that we have problems with Karamoja invading us, and we need to have peace talk with them so that we live a peaceful life. So I'm proposing that we have that in our unity. Secondly, honorable members and dear monarchs, I'm proposing that this kind of meeting, we need to continue with it. The joint council meeting should be continued. And I'm proposing that in a month like this, every financial year, we have this kind of meeting. And the cost for the meeting should be borne by each and every respective local government. We need to plan in our budget to have at least in a financial year a joint council meeting. And in that joint council meeting, we need to have our members of parliament present, all of them, both interest group, directly elected, women representative, so that we discuss issues that affect our region and we come to a conclusion. I therefore beg to move those two motions. I beg. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable member. Thank you, Honorable Caroline. Honorable members, we now agree in principle that when submissions are guided, then the real issues and the real substance begin to come out. So can I continue to guide the House on submissions? I will take submission from Lira City. I'm going to take submission from Lira City. And Honorable Aturu Sam, please take on to the podium.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and members of council who are here in your various capacities. I am Sam Atul, the mayor of Lira City, one of the 3 regional cities that are found in northern Uganda. I've listened carefully to the motion by the district chair of OMORO, and I'm in total agreement with everything that has been proposed there. I stand here to add a few things or to expound on a few areas. 1, we agree that we support the legacy of the late Jacob Lukori Oulanyah, most especially in upholding unity. One of the things that we need to grow in the region to help us uphold unity as we speak in this time, as we remember him, is to propose regional tournaments for our young people that can be used to bring us together right from the Upper Nile and now proposed up to Karamoja. We need to see a way of getting our young people participate in football, in netball, and other games, traditional or cultural games that we used to have that can help us remember him. Also, as regional leaders, we pray that the scholarship fund that is being set by the leaders, now supported by members of parliament, has also been seconded by His Excellency the President, be made a provident fund for the whole region that is not only a one-time contribution, but should find its place in our national budget, and appropriation be made yearly to expand the education of our people. This is something that Jacob stood for. I know that if you'd been given time, you would have expanded the sponsorship of the children in this region. I've also been interacting with our Vice Chancellor for Lira University. This is something that we need to recommend and have it been taken to Parliament. That one of the challenges that we have that stops us from sponsoring children in our universities is that government still levy taxes on private sponsorship. Parliament has to go and study this and see how these taxes should be waived off. Most especially, I'm told there are VAT charges levied on even private sponsorship that is done in our universities. Members of this council, Right Honorable Speaker, I can say with full confidence that this day, as has been suggested, should not stop with only this particular sitting. The joint councils should continue yearly. This will help us shape the discussion on development of the region. Lastly, before I forget, as the sub-region is divided, we need to underscore the different opportunities that we have when it comes to production. Government is implementing parish development model coming next financial year. But as a region, we need to sit down and understand what is our core competence in these regions. For example, in Lango, we are now very good at producing seed oil. Now, if Lango is doing that, we don't need to compete with West Nile in this matter. West Nile can take another area, or Acholi can take another area, and we cooperate in marketing what we have in our region. Honorable Speaker, this would be my submission on this occasion. If this council could adopt the proposal that has been sent by the district chair with the aforementioned amendment, this would be good. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sam. Thank you so much for the brilliant submission. I will take another submission from Lango sub-region, and may I take submission from Kwania district. Honorable Alex Ogwal.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your colleagues, all protocol observed. My name is Geoffrey Alex Ogwal, the chairman LC5 for Oulanyah District. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I bring you greetings and deep sorrow and concern about the demise of the Speaker from Lango sub-region. Mr. Speaker, I carefully followed the motion moved by the district chairperson, and I rise to support and give 1 or 2 amendments. The first one is on, unfortunately it is not a page, on a memorial lecture supposed to be organized on a yearly basis in memory of the late Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, aware of the history of this country, especially northern Uganda, where we have gone through very many difficulties, tribal wars, fighting, mention them. And remember that we had only hope in the late Speaker who could help us unite the people of northern Uganda. I strongly believe that even if he's gone, as a region, we need to emphasize on ensuring that our people are together. So I stand here to confirm, support, and ensure that the proposal of having an annual council meeting that includes the people of Lango, the people of West Nile, the people of Acholi, and now Karamoja, we support that 100%. Mr. Speaker, the proposal here is the core of every part of developmental agenda and lobbying for national cake from government. Remember that we were the only person who would only help us, that we would freely, comfortably approach, and the only hope that we had in northern Uganda was the person who have died now. I'm not being segregative, but this is a person who could speak with you in English, speak in the language you can understand, and some others. That makes you a bit comfortable. So, Mr. Speaker, I strongly support that we need to ensure that through the Minister of Local Government who is here to support us in this proposal. We need support from the ministry, we need support from Parliament too. The second issue I want to talk about is we know when you are lobbying at a certain time you will be driven to go to a person whom you know. Now as the district local government in northern Uganda, we had some offices where we could go through. I want to add into what the chairperson has put in place, that we were about to write through the Speaker, through the Minister of Local Government, to the Speaker of Parliament on the issue, directive raised by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, about the construction of all the projects that is under health and education sector. The biggest concern at the moment is that we have been directed, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all the construction under health and education should be done by UPDF, the engineering brigade. But up to now, we still don't receive any information from the UPDF. Aware that by the end of the close of this financial year, the money is going back. So I want to use this opportunity that, Mr. Minister, this is a big concern to the local government, and you need to take it up. I want to praise...
Honorable Member, I have allowed you to bend the rule a bit, but I think you should now summarize.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I support the proposal that all the district local government in northern Uganda should have at least a road in the name of the Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob Oulanyah. I beg to move, and I thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Before I move to East Acholi, I am going to receive presentation or submission from Amolata district.
The Right Honorable Speaker, members of council, whole protocol observed. My name is Ochen Geoffrey, Chairperson LC5, Amolata District. The Right Honorable Speaker, Mzee Nathan Okori and your family, on behalf of Amolata District Local Government and on my own behalf, I want to thank you and the people of OMORO for sharing Jacob Oulanyah with the rest of the country. The Right Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob was a man of great intellect. He loved debate. He had immense knowledge. So in recognition and in addition to the proposal made by the chairman of OMORO district, I make additional proposal that government consider in order to improve the level of debates in council and in memory of the late Jacob to consider national induction of local government council throughout the country, with northern Uganda as a priority. The Right Honorable Speaker, their proposal for Cancer Institute to be named after the late Jacob. I want to associate myself with this and to implore government to fast track this and have it named after the late Jacob Oulanyah. The Right Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob fought for service delivery, and as of now, government releases to local government stands at 9%. This would affect the level of service delivery across the country, and most especially northern Uganda. So in memory of his service to this nation, if we could implore government to increase the level of remittance from 9% to 20%, such that the issues of service delivery that the late Jacob fought for can be achieved. The Right Honorable Speaker, the late Jacob started a trust fund. I want to associate myself with the proposal made, but also to submit that this should now be taken as a national concern and appropriation be made in the national budget, starting with the new financial year, to ensure that the trust fund started by Jacob is supported and moves on for the years to come. The Right Honorable Speaker, everyone here would agree with the contribution made by Jacob Oulanyah Lukori. In recognition of his contribution to this country, the 20th of March be gazetted and declared a public holiday in honor of his contribution to this country. And on such a day, we use it for a memorial lecture to ensure that we memorize ourselves with this contribution to this country. The Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Member, you may summarize. So
what
we
a
can give
great soul
opportunity
it
to the other
was.
colleagues.
We will miss him deeply. May God bless the memory of Jacob Oulanyah. May God bless the people of OMORO. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Agago District.
The presiding speaker and your colleagues, the various district speakers accompanying you,
honorable members,
my colleagues, the district chairpersons,
one submission at a time,
the mayors of cities in northern Uganda, district councillors, invited guests in your various capacities. Honorable Speaker, my name is Opio Leonard Ojok Aleo, the district chairperson, Agago District. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have come to mourn and pay tributes to our fallen hero. Mr. Speaker, sir, the people of Agago District, just like the rest of Ugandans, were saddened and devastated when they learned of the demise of our gallant son, our role model, our benefactor, our leader and hero, the late Jacob Oulanyah, the former Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, I happened to study with Honorable Oulanyah Jacob at the same time. I was in Southern Becker School, for him it was in Laibi, but we had belonged to Northern Uganda Debating Society. I will tell you, Mr. Oulanyah was an excellent orator, very, very articulate in his presentation, and even the members of opposition would aid and congratulate him. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Oulanyah Jacob was the personification of peace. He always struggled to reconcile adversaries. Whenever he heard that people were conflicting, he would personally go and reconcile the people who are conflicting. Mr. Speaker, sir, the presence of the Bola dancers here is not accidental. Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was an ardent supporter of Acholi traditional culture, especially the traditional dances. And you will remember, Honorable Jacob would never remain in the comfort of VIP tent when La Raga Raga or Bola was being performed. He would spring up and join them. The man was down to earth, and he made the Acholi people very, very proud of their culture. Honorable Speaker, I now talk of the paradox and irony of life. What am I saying?
Honorable Member,
our hero died
able to summarize
at the time
now.
when we needed him most. Mr. Speaker, sir, I get consolation from the philosophical statement made by Sir William Shakespeare in his book entitled Julius Caesar. And he said this about death: that he is surprised that people should fear death, the necessary end that will come when it will come. Honorable Speaker, that one will come for me, it will come for you, it will come for everybody here, even those who are outside. And it has already come for our benefactor, Jacob Oulanyah.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Lastly,
Thank you.
Lastly, because of the wonderful things he has done for the community in Uganda, the people of Agago district have pledged to construct a district chambers and name it Jacob Oulanyah Lokore Building. The people of OMORO, the family of Oulanyah, we are together with you. We had loved him so much when he was still alive. But even in death, we still love him. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Amen.
For God and my country.
Thank you so much. Honorable members and our dignitaries, especially the Minister for Local Government, you will have to bear with us. This demonstrates also the need for capacity building, this particular council. Honorable members, I shall now move to West Nile. Bear with me, the time is moving. We need to dispose of this particular item so we can look at the other items in the order paper. So West Nile sub-region. And please restrict your submission now to about 2 minutes only.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. Allow me to observe the rest of the protocol in the interest of time. My name is Anyama Williams. I am the chairman of Moyo District Local Government, and I'm also the chairperson of West Nile Local Governments Association. Mr. Speaker, before I move further, I was earlier informed this morning that in this council we are joined by our colleagues from other regions in this country. Probably this was not brought to your attention. I would request at an appropriate time you make a small moment of recognizing them.
Honorable Member, proceed. I have taken notice.
Mr. Speaker, on the issues of the motion presented by Chairman OMORO, I have the following comments for improving the content. One, on the article, the constitutional provision on election of a speaker, which as a region we all detested, my recommendation is we request Parliament, our Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, when you are going to review the Constitution, this should be done in consistency with other legal provisions, including the Local Government Act. Many times we make legal reforms on piecemeal. This time we should make holistic review of the law so that we don't make same mistakes in the near future when death occurs in similar nature in the local governments. I also want to suggest in relation to the council hall that is going to be built in OMORO, my request is the wish of our fallen speaker be respected. He had suggested that the council hall should be named after the president of Uganda in the names of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. My wish, my prayer is that that wish should be granted. While the council can always allocate or name other buildings, other infrastructure in his name. About upgrading all traditional health center 3 to health center 4. My view is to be realistic. It will not possibly, it may not be possible in the short run for government to upgrade all traditional health center 3 to health center 4. But we would rather say the government policy of having health center 4 in every constituency, we should start from there. The government policy of having health center 4 in every constituency be expedited and implemented. As I move further, I also want to advise and guide that the annual
regional council meeting that we have all agreed to have starting from this year should be done on a rotational basis. So that, for instance, this year, though on an unfortunate note, we are gathered in Acholi sub-region. Next year, we can sit in Lira or in Lango, and the other year, we can sit in West Nile. And it becomes a culture. Now, Mr. Speaker, the West Nile leaders gathered here. We have 12 districts, 2 municipalities, and 1 city, Arua. We have come up with the following recommendations. Because the late Right Honorable Speaker was not only the Speaker of the Parliament, but he was also our chairman, vice chairman for NRM Northern Uganda. There were commitments and promises through his office that were made. The first we want to start with is Northern Uganda Social Action Fund. Mr. Speaker, you will realize Office of the Prime Minister is no longer interested in implementing the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund 4. And it's very unfortunate. I am glad we have a very hard-working minister for Northern Uganda, but it appears the ministry at the strategic level has not considered this. And yet the poverty indicators are evident. We want to appeal that government of Uganda finds adequate resources and expedite the process of implementation of NOSAF 4. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the people of West Nile are requesting government to fulfill its promise of putting a bridge on River Nile, Laropi Bridge, which is even reflected clearly with the able leadership of the President and the foreign Speaker in our NRM manifesto. I am glad the Secretary General is here, and I ask government to expedite that. Mr. Speaker, there are roads of strategic interest. Nebi, Goli, Paida, Vura Road, Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo Road, Laropi, Jale Road, the security road running from Panyimuru, Panyango, Wedlai, Obongi, Dufle, was a commitment made by the fallen Speaker. We pray this will be respected. Ajumani, Obongi, Yumbe, Kulikulinya, Arua Road should be considered. Mr. Speaker, as I move to conclude, we the leaders of West Nile are equally concerned about the very weak voltage of electricity in the region. We have electricity that in Imadi is nicknamed the Aziko. It comes anytime, it disappears anytime. The voltage of power that we have cannot champion the industrialization agenda of our president. Mr. Speaker, we pray that government focuses on improving and deepening the electricity distribution in the region. Finally, we made an appeal as a region to government, as a sub-region of West Nile to government, that in order to have access to safe and sustainable clean water, governments should invest in drawing water from River Nile to supply all the West Nile districts, including other parts of northern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. May the soul of our fallen Speaker rest in eternal peace for God and my country.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Is the Honorable Member coming from West Nile? Please proceed. And that is the second last person.
The Speaker, I want to request that since I'm distanced away from other honorable members, I first put aside my mask, if I may be permitted.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, protocols observed. I'm Honorable Owen Ben, the District Vice Chairperson, Pakwach District Local Government, who is in for the Chairperson LC5, and condolence from the Chairperson LC5, who is abroad on official duty. To the bereaved family, the family members of Pakwach District joins the rest of the world to pray for the family of the late Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, who has been our vocal and #1 speaker of importance in the country. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to repeat what my colleague have said, but I will dwell on 2 and last one, the third. Mr. Speaker, when we met with the late for the regional meeting in Arua, as has been presented by the chairperson of the Wenda Association, the late had given us a very high hope as the people of West Nile, the people of Pakwach in particular, and northern Uganda and Uganda at large. He mentioned something on Northern Uganda recovery plan. Mr. Speaker, I want to put this before you that under the leadership of His Excellency, the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, we have not reached 20% of our recovery. And Northern Uganda still lags behind and swims in poverty. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we are heading towards the budget of the fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Speaker, if God can listen to my prayer, if the people of Pakwach, West Nile, Northern Uganda, and Uganda at large can listen to my prayer, we want to hear immediate budget cut in the expenditure in Parliament. The health status is very poor in the country, is wanting. The district local government needs infrastructure, development. The district chairperson are poorly enumerated. The district councillors, the chairperson, lower local government, and the honorable councillors at the sub-county as well. Are we working in the interests of Ugandans? Mr. Speaker, through your office, I would propose that that budget cut be directed to health sector. Our hospitals, our health center 4s, our health center 3s, our health center 2s are all in a sorry state. Where are we heading? Mr. Speaker, a case in mention, I want to cite Pakwach District, which is a gateway to West Nile. We have a national activity, which is the activity of interest of all Ugandans. That's oil and gas sector. We have the only hospital in Anaka, which lies in Noya, and poorly equipped. Pakwach Health Center 4, which is a gateway to West Nile, is now recommended by NEMA, and the equipment has been written condemned. Where shall we go? And this is what we had discussed with my late brother when we went to Arua. Mr. Speaker, lastly, as I said, I want to say this. The Speaker OMORO District Local Government has made a fruitful submission to this honorable house.
The district chairperson.
The district as a chairperson. The district chairperson, I want you to prove beyond doubt, before we go back to our respective district, that on behalf of the people of Pakwach, West Nile, Northern Uganda, I want to lead this crusade today. We want to plant a tree in the name of the late Jacob Lokore Oulanyah, who has been a member of parliament for OMORO County, that the agenda he left behind, if I may be mandated, you have to show your love for the family of Oulanyah by citing one person who could finish with us the agenda we had with the late Jacob Oulanyah, who is now our befallen son and brother. May his soul rest in peace. I beg to move.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honorable Member. Is Tororo represented? Tororo District? Tororo submitted. Can I receive the last submission from Yumbe District? Nobody is rising up, then I will be in the safe belief. Oh, I would have. Honorable Member will take one submission only.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to add my voice with Uganda and northern Uganda at the time when we are mourning our beloved brother, Jacob. On behalf of Tororo, Oulanyah was a peacemaker in Tororo district. When we got our district, NRM primary elections, we are with the problems. This was Jacob who went to Tororo district and talked about unity and togetherness. That's why we have to follow from Tororo up to his village to mourn together our brother with this country, and in particular, the northern region. We have missed a great, great passion in the life of the people of northern Uganda. Chairman OMORO, in your presentation, I felt you really studied through the brain and the heart of the people of this region. When you are speaking of district hospital, I want to say in this region, Tororo being the last district created in Uganda, we have a lot of critical issues that needed a district hospital. We are adding our voice to the government to treat this issue as a matter of any urgency for our people in memory of Jacob Oulanyah. I want to say to the central government, the issue of local revenue collection. Most of our sources that we have collected as local revenue are now collected by the central government. And the remittance is very, very low. Very, very low. Please, our representatives here, who are here, where we are mourning our brother Jacob Oulanyah, take this consideration from local governments. We are suffocating. We have budgets that are being undercut every year, and yet we are the backbone of development of this country. The local governments are the backbone for development of this country. We have resources that are collected, given to the sender. Sometimes what we receive is a peanut as local government. Please, our members of parliament, go back with this information. Allow us collect our local revenue and use it, and we plan it very well for other things. Thank you so much. I don't want to take time. I am called Aikoro Sande, the Vice Chairperson, L5, Tororo District Local Government, Secretary for Community Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Tororo. Thank you, Tororo. There are some things. There are some things that unite the local governments. So we appreciate the last submission that came from Tororo. Honorable members, we have come to a near end to this motion. I treated the entire document as one. Motions that are raised in the document are many, but we have treated the document as one. If we were to move one motion at a time, we would not conclude. Therefore, now we'll invite motion that the entire document with all the recommendations be adopted. Motion.
The Right Honorable Speaker and speakers of the respective districts, district chairpersons, members of parliament, our gallant minister, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Benson Walter Dila. I am here to second.
Procedure. Procedure. Honorable members,
Mr.
procedure
Speaker.
take precedence. So can I receive the matter of procedure?
Mr. Speaker, I respect your desk. And above all, I like the way you've been running the council. But members of parliament are ex-official in your council. And we have the ex-official from West Nile, from Lango, and Acholi. We want to speak before you close the proposal from the district chairman of OMORO. If you close the debate now, some of the things that we want to be included might not be captured. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, I think you should have raised that as a matter of concern. You would have given an observation because nobody was offending this rule. I am in a safe belief that all the honorable members of parliament for Acholi, Lango, and West Nile are aware that they are ex-official members in this council. And at the time that council is submitting, I expect the honorable members of parliament to come and submit at the same time. So unless there is a very peculiar item, Honorable Anthony Acholi, the honorable members of parliament are ex-official members and they participate in the debate of the council. If there was guidance that should have been raised at the time when the proposals were being debated, when further recommendations were being made. But, honorable members, bear with me. I will take one or two members of parliament if there are further recommendations to enrich this particular document, and then we conclude. Do I have members coming? Because I am tempted to close.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Protocol observed. I would like to mention here that I don't want to take a lot of time. I'm Judy Saliek. I'm a member of parliament for Kole District, and I'm also the chairperson, Lango Parliamentary Group. Mr. Speaker, have come in this august house to add my voice to whatever has been presented right now. First of all, I would like to thank the people who initiated this joint council. It was a well-thought idea for Northern Region. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, and on behalf of Lango Parliamentary Group, I would like to bring to the attention of this gathering that we want to try as much as possible to preserve the legacy that the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, who has been our Deputy Speaker, made in this world. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about what we intend to do as a result of what the Right Honorable, the late, did in this country. We are here speaking one voice, but there is one other issue that we thought could have been included in this proposal. That is preserving the legacy by making this, I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, by making this legacy preserved, we want to see that when it is started from Okori Nathan, who has been the father of Oulanyah, and we have come here to celebrate the life of the son of Okori Nathan. Now, I would like, therefore, to propose that in this place, in this house, in this family, we could get one person whom I'm requesting the Acholi community to support in order to carry the legacy of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing one of his sons that should be seconded by the family, by the clan, by the people of Acholi sub-region, so that Oulanyah's legacy doesn't die as we see. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. And I'm hearing the names like Ojok. I don't know him. There are also many sons here who can also take it up as I've proposed. I beg to submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Honorable Minister, as you walk to the podium, allow me provide these guidance. Honorable members, turn with me to Rule 27, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure. And I want to read verbatim. Every motion shall be relevant to some matter over which the council has power or which directly affects the council. So as the Speaker of the House, I want to restrain us to matters over which the council has power. There are some exercises that are not within the power of the council. And if we make pronouncement as council, we are expected to implement. And now when matters that concern democratic exercises, these are well placed outside the confines of the powers of council. So, Honorable Member of Parliament, I want to very, very much appreciate the concern that you have raised. We, as the people of OMORO, are very much aware of the very big responsibility that we have in our hand. And we cannot be proud enough of the family of Nathan Okori Muse for the great man that he has produced for this constituency and for the nation. And when the time comes, trust me, the people of OMORO will have Jacob in heart. And with that guidance, please, I will not request the clerk to have that expunged from the record, But I want to humbly guide that this is well above the power of council. Honorable Minister, you may submit.
Mr. Speaker, I observe protocol. My name is Joyce Mori Kukaduchu, the woman member of Parliament for Moyo District and the Minister of State for Primary Education. Mr. Speaker, I stand on behalf of my colleagues from West Nile to support the motion that was moved by the LC5 chairperson of OMORO District to pay tribute to our fallen speaker. I stand here to give two important points to add to the discussions. One, as Ministry of Education and Sports, we shall work with Gulu University to ensure that Gulu University awards a well-deserved award of posthumous honorary doctorate degree of laws of Gulu University in recognition of his legal brain in legal practice and the national guidance to the Parliament as legislative arm of the government. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we are organizing a tree planting session after this event with the consultation and the support of the Secretary General of NRM Mighty Party. There is going to be a tree planting session by each district that is represented here in honor of our fallen speaker, right in this compound, as a memory of this event and for all the districts who are represented here. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, with that also allow me, recognizing our presence, the Vice Chancellor of Gulu University. Sir, you are most welcome to be part of this very important exercise that is taking place today. Honorable member, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker.
And has Honorable member proceed. Can we agree that this is now the last submission? Then we dispose of this particular item.
Honorable Speaker, let me thank you first and foremost for the way you're running the council. And above all, when you are strict to the rules, you remind me of the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Honorable Speaker, allow me to proceed a request from Gulu University, which they want to be captured here, that the late speaker participated and played a pivotal role in the establishment and development of Faculty of Law of Gulu University through support in conferences to align the Faculty of Law to meet the required standard for its operation. To move its leadership forward, Gulu University Council is seeking the support of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda in its proposal to government to fund the construction of lecture block for Faculty of Law in Gulu University in memory of Honorable Right Jacob L. Okori Oulanyah. Honorable Speaker, this request came when Parliament was already, we finished our activities in Parliament. Therefore, I request that it should be a resolution here. Then members of Parliament from Acholi, Lango, and West Nile will take it up to make sure that we present this to Parliament of Uganda. Honorable Speaker, when you were talking about the roads, I think the best resolution I wanted to put also is that all districts of northern Uganda, Acholi, Lango, West Nile, and Karamajwa, should name a road in the name of Jacob Oulanyah Road. If it can be captured that way, it will help to make sure that it is taken up at all the districts other than maybe Gulu City alone or Lira City alone, it will be a very good resolution. Honorable Speaker, when we are talking about fundraising, we talked about fundraising for his children, we talked about fundraising for his relatives, and then other children he was supporting. But I think we should take it as a resolution that we do fundraising so that this fund will help the vulnerable children that comes from West Nile, Acholi, Lango, and Karamoja. That resolution would help to fundraise, and government will also push some resources to make sure this vulnerable region that suffered from the war in this particular period can benefit from that fund. Honorable Speaker, we talked about the lectures in the name of Jacob Oulanyah. Honorable Speaker, I think instead of the date of 20th, I was pushing it to be on 23rd of March. That is his birthday. He died few days to his birthday. If we could have the lecture captured on 23rd of March, so that young generation will learn about his life, and therefore they can capture information that can help them to move forward in their life. Honorable Speaker, I beg that resolution, if can be taken that way. I think the others have been captured by you people, and I don't have much to say, but I want to take this time to first and foremost thank the Almighty God to give us Jacob Oulanyah in this world. It was a very wonderful gift, and we have to give it back to the owner. And above all, let me take this time to thank Mzee Nathan Okori. You know, parenting is very important. Without his parenting, Jacob would not have been the passion we are talking about today. He did a very good parenting, and Jacob became somebody known in the country and known in the world. That was a wonderful work that we have to clap to thank Mzee Nathan Okori. Honorable members and the rest of the people here, I want to take this opportunity to say Jacob left a legacy that we will remain and always respect. He knew why he was born in this world, and then he actually participated and made more of connections and relationship with the people, because from Parliament up to today, I have never heard about somebody talking about how much money Jacob left in the account. But people talk about his spiritual life. People talk about how he actually integrated in the community. And this is a lesson to all of us, that when we live in this world, we have to know that we are living here and we are passing by this world. But what legacy are we giving and leaving behind? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving us this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Honorable Acholi and all the other honorable members of Parliament. Your submission now makes the document far, far, far more rich. May I have the people who had moved to move the motion? Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker of this August House, speakers of respective districts, local government, the chairperson of the respective local government, our gallant minister, local government, and other ministers, the Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen. Having received the motion by the chair of OMORO local government, and having visions of leaders in their respective capacities, I am here to move a motion, the Right Honorable Speaker, that whatever has been submitted with those amendments, above all, should include a year Bobby Road. I beg to move that the motion be taken as has been debated with those amendments. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Secondment. May I have first seconder and second seconder moving forward at once so we can summarize this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the speakers of local governments, colleagues, my name is Yasusi J.B. Sam, District Councillor in Moyo District Local Government. Mr. Speaker, I am up here to second the motion moved by the District Chairman, OMORO District Local Government, and a number of submissions from different leaders that it comes a resolution of this special emergency council meeting in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir, and your colleagues. I want to thank you so much for the hard work. I want to thank also my colleagues in various capacity. I want to thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring our late speaker. Before I go far or I do what has brought me here,
Please
I'm Amon Stella
Go
Maris.
straight to seconding.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'm Amon Stella Maris. I'm the district councillor from Motuke District Local Government. I represent people of the town council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to second the motion that has been really brought before us here and we have discussed. Thank you so much. I want to thank you also. You are very brilliant. Your members, your fellow speaker, do what he has really done today. Thank you so much. May God really encourage you and encourage you.
Member.
Bless you so much. God bless you too. Thank you.
Honorable Member. The Honorable Member made a very strategic statement. And if she had not yet spoken, I would say she is trying to bias the Speaker. But we appreciate, we thank God for the people He makes us to be. So, honorable colleagues, I now put a question to the floor. Those in favor of adopting this document will say aye, and those against will say no. So those in favor of adopting, and those against, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I thank you so much. We have this memorandum adopted. Wherever the district chairperson of OMORO is, I want to request you very humbly, sir, that you allow me now to waive the requirement of reply to this document so we can move to the next item. Thank you so very much for the consideration. I want to recognize the following people before we can proceed to the next item, which is a specialized item. I am not very familiar with these protocols, but I'm seeing a lot of right honorables. I have Right Honorable Tuko Emmanuel, the Prime Minister for Logwara, Chiefdom. Sir, we appreciate your presence in this meeting. We also have in our midst the Right Honorable Obo Richard Josel, the Prime Minister for Tiang Adola Community. We have Mr. Ola Ambrose, the Prime Minister, Kekwaro Acholi. We have Mr. Mawa Francis, the Prime Minister, Kekwaro Puranga. These are the traditional leaders that we have in our midst. I know the protocol is large. There could be some that have not been brought to my notice. And also we have the Commander of the Reserved Forces, General Charles Otema Awany. So we appreciate your presence in this very important exercise. And we also have received in our midst the Minister for State Foreign Affairs, Honorable Okello Oriem, and the Minister for State Education and Sports, Honorable Denis Ovoa. We welcome you so very much, Honorable Ministers. We can proceed, Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are now moving to the next agenda. And I need to be guided because when we're handling agenda number 6, most of the members were already talking of number 7 as well. So, but the next agenda item is number 7, talking of eulogies from members of the council. The first one was on the motions that were moved.
This is now going to be a specialized item, honorable members. We have members of the council, but with very unique standing in the council. And now those are the people we will give opportunity under this motion. And I will read these categories so that they prepare accordingly. We shall start by receiving a brief statement. Please make it in 2 minutes so we can wind up. In the next 45 minutes, we should be completely done with the proceedings. So we shall receive the following categories. 1 chairperson of a district or a Lord Mayor representing Lango. 1 chairperson or Lord Mayor representing Acholi. And 1 chairperson of the district or a Lord Mayor representing Lango sub-regions. So that makes 3 speakers. West Nile sub-region. So that makes 3 speakers, whom I am allocating 2 minutes each. And we shall receive submissions from Uganda Urban Association. You know your members, you are part of the council, please prepare accordingly. And we shall also receive submission from UDCOSA. You know your members, prepare accordingly. And we shall move to Ulga, the regional representation, and then we shall take submission from the members of parliament for OMORO, both male and female, and then we shall proceed to the different categories of the parliamentary groups, Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. And with this, we should be able to dispose of this particular item. And before we start, honorable colleagues, let me recognize the following districts that have made it a point to be with us today. We have these districts represented. We have Sironko district, we have Namahingo district, we have Fort Porto district, and we have Ngora district, who travel from wherever they are, even when they are out of the settings of this particular council, but they thought very positively about us, and they said, no, let us go and condole with the people of OMORO, the people of Acholi, Lango, and West Nile. And I am going to give only 1 minute to one person who is going to make a remark on the behalf of all of them, and that will be the Speaker of Tororo District. Is it Tororo District or Tororo City? Are you the Speaker, Tororo District or Tororo City? Madam Speaker, I'm calling you to make a remark in 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All the honorable speakers present, protocol observed. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the honor and opportunity to say 1 word. And I will request that you allow me remove the mask. Mr. Speaker, by the name Zanderabet Sheria Osapat, I come here all the way from the east. I'm the district council speaker for Tororo District Local Government. I come in my own capacity as the district council speaker, but also in the capacity of our district chairperson, who would have loved to be here, but he couldn't because he's out of station on official duties. Mr. Speaker, the people of Tororo join the entire country and the world at large, and more so, the people of OMORO in mourning our fallen speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah has been a brother and a friend to the people of Tororo. In many occasions, he visited us. He has been there for us. All of you seated here are aware of what Tororo has been in the recent past. The Right Honorable Speaker, fallen now, the late, has been able to guide us. He was able to lead us. He has been there on ground for us to the extent that today, Tororo District Local Government is operating in peace. We cannot fail to come here to condone with the people of OMORO as we see him off the surface of the earth. We appreciate him for that. Recently, before the sickness put him down on the 4th of December, 2021, he was in Tororo. He attended an introduction ceremony of the daughter of the government spokesperson, Mr. Fonopondo, in Mulanda sub-county. On the same day, he also attended a memorial service of the mother of the man we all know, Dr. Odoi Tanga, in Kisoko sub-county, the chairman of the Might Party Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker, fallen now, loved the people of Tororo to the extent that Tororo, on hearing that the Speaker had fallen, quickly organized the district council on the 4th of this very month to pay tribute to the fallen Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I think maybe that was the only district local council that has been able to convene council to pay tribute to the fallen Speaker. I'm here to be guided if any did the same. In that council, Tororo District Local Government, Mr. Speaker, resolved that one road in Tororo is going to be named Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah in memory of the service that he did to us. And we want to appreciate him. Mr. Speaker, allow me in a very special way to remind you that the people of Tororo have a very strong connection with the people of northern Uganda, to the extent that sometimes when you do things here, when you connect as a region of northern Uganda and you don't talk about Tororo, we feel cheated because we have very strong ties with the people of northern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, allow me to inform you that the Luo are spread in Tororo and even beyond across to Kenya. The Right Honorable Speaker, fallen now, had started a movement much as he was able to unite the people of northern Uganda. He had extended the same wisdom and spirit even to unite us, the people of Tororo, and beyond across the border with the people of northern Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I would like therefore to move today here that the people who started and who are going to carry on with the legacy of unification that Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, the late, left, should consider pursuing the movement of ensuring that the Luos who spread across to Tororo and beyond are brought on board so that we can together solve the matters that affect us as the Nilotics, as the Nilohamas, as the people of the same origin and background. It is my humble appeal I would beg to move. And I want to appreciate in a special way, Mr. Speaker, that strong connectivity that we have with the people of northern Uganda, today here present is the Prime Minister of the Tiengadola Cultural Institution. You recognized him. I don't have the capacity to do it, but I would beg that for purposes of clear and proper recognition, you allow me ask him to stand up again for another recognition. the Prime Minister of the Cultural Institution, all the honorable speakers who have been able to make it to this place. It has been a sign of solidarity that we've shown to our fallen speaker, who has been there for us since he was our patron of the speakers of this country. We shall dearly miss him. He has gone. We know it is a plan of God that nobody and not any of us can stop. I want to thank you all, and may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, God has given the people of Tororo eloquence. And Madam Speaker, I wish you well in the next Parliament. That is our prayer as the speakers. Honorable members, let us now turn to the categories that I read earlier. But please help me. You know, my microphones cannot be switched off. So do not invite me to interject by telling you enough. So in 2 minutes, let me receive submission from one district chairperson representing all the local governments of Acholi sub-region.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in the interest of time, 2 minutes will not allow me to observe all the protocols as should have been. For that matter, I will take due diligence to protocol. Mr. Speaker, today, darkness has fallen by noon. Today, the Right Honorable Speaker, Jacob Oulanyah, has silently closed the door and left us. I'm aghast in disbelief by the heart-trembling news of the demise of the Right Honorable Jacob Lokheri Oulanyah. I know God called home another gifted, faithful, and diligent servant lying still before us here today. At times of national trials, a few great personalities emerge to rekindle our memories towards unity of purpose, patriotism, and inspirational path towards achieving a realistic sustainability for humanity. People from all walks of life have congregated to pay their last respect to the fallen gallant son of Uganda today in OMORO. A clear manifestation that the late Right Honorable Jacob Lokheri Oulanyah was an extraordinary person, dearly loved by many globally, and a typical mirror for reflection across the spectrum. The Right Honorable Jacob Lokheri Oulanyah has silently closed the door of life and departed, leaving us with emptiness in areas he had brightened during his earthly endeavors. Life is like a beautiful flower, here today, withered and gone tomorrow. It is a transition embarked upon by the living, marked by arrivals and departures for every soul, a common but very unknown destiny to all. For I know that life is the greatest gift that God has given us, and death is the bridge towards eternal life with God.
Honorable member,
certainly,
you should be able to draw to your conclusion, please.
Yes, sir. I'm about to complete, Honorable Speaker. Certainly, heaven is rejoicing that another precious soul has reached its true destination. The value of a man is measured primarily by giving rather than receiving. The late Right Honorable Speaker gave his all to his profession, work ethics, service above self, aimed at continuity for the country's development and community benefit. Nowhere district, local governments, and other local governments join the rest of the country to mourn and express our deepest sympathy to the bereaved family following the tragic and unfortunate demise of an iconic leader who was by and large a God-fearing man, a strategic thinker, an orator, motivator, a crusader for peace and unity, and a fountain of human courage and passionate pace-setter, decorated with multiple talents, full of humor, an endowment so unique to a few. He generously gave his expertise and skills without reservation. His leadership skills, so rare and second to none. Honorable Speaker, as I close, such a great attribute certainly demands recognition to last for generations. When our loss fills our heart with deep sorrows, tears like a river express our emotional feelings. When we reflect upon the mysteries of life and wonders of heaven, set beyond the blues, hope from the horizon beckons, and God comfort becomes the most preferred place for solace. God gave them to us, God took him today. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I beg to move. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Lango Sub-Region. Honorable members, help me, and let us stick to the allocation of the time we have agreed upon.
Right Honorable Speaker, members of the Council, and our dignitaries present. In the interest of time, I am Odongo Dike, the overall chairperson for Lango Sub-Region, and allow me to use that opportunity to call my team to rise up for recognition. Team from Lango. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, as I stand here to pay tribute to our fallen speaker, as Lango Sub-Region, we basically know him for various attributes, but I will cite 3. One is that our fallen speaker is a man who cherishes unity in diversity and also respect divergent views. And this is evidenced by all the people who are here. And if I am not mistaken, this is the first of this kind of meeting in this country ever. And this is a demonstration of the accommodation, the accommodating heart he has for this country. 2, he cherishes equity. In this case, it has been seen when he was chairing Parliament. And on this note, as we sit here today, these are some of the attributes as leaders. We should not let it go, but we should emulate if we are to allow his legacy remain as is not with us. Our late speaker, the 3rd attribute, he was passionate about the interests of the common man. And that is why when he was elected, one of his key messages was that he promised to have the parliament that is pro-people of this country. That was all about being passionate about the common man. And on that note, we are making appeal to the parliament that when you address the issues of this country, even when our brother has departed, you need to stick to this principle. Have people, and especially the common man, into your heart as you debate. And on the same note, on the issue of equity, I think we can allow his legacy to prevail when we, in our considerations, especially in the issue of budgeting, allocation of resources throughout this country, we need to take care of equity in all those we are going to do. Right Honorable Speaker, this is another unique place in comparison to our areas of Lango. When I came here, I saw a school called Ajuri Primary School. We also have Ajuri constituency, heavily represented by Honorable Amson Obua here. There is a district called OMORO here. In Aleptong district, Lango sub-region, we also have a sub-county called OMORO. So I think this is a kind of a unique situation that demonstrates that we are one people and we must work for this country. As I conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, I would want to make special appeal to this country that talking about this issue is not enough, but we need to practically put into what we are talking here. We must have this country united, irrespective of the political differences, irrespective of the region, the location and rest of it. And Jacob Oulanyah was a truth teller. I am telling you, this country has not yet achieved uniting this country, which is a key factor in causing peace and sustainability. We need not to talk as regions, as tribes. We need to have balance in every resource allocation, in appointments, and this is what Oulanyah would speak even when the president and everybody is there. I thank you all for listening. May God bless and rest his soul in eternal peace. I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you. West Nile sub-region.
Honorable Speaker, the fellow council members, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alfred Okwonji. I am the LC5 chairman, Arua District. Honorable Speaker, it should have been my chairman for West Nile Districts Association to make this remark, but after having been here before, he requested me to kindly come and make this remark on behalf of West Nile districts. Of course, being the grandmother district and also chair for all the, because the districts were all carved out of Arua district. I must say, Honorable Speaker, the people of West Nile district were all taken up by profound shock upon hearing the demise of the Right Honorable Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, the Speaker of the 11th Parliament of Uganda. The government of Uganda, I must say, has lost a tested and a trusted leader in whom we had a lot of trust and many more expectations to lift the country to a modern economy country. The death of Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Lokori Oulanyah, Speaker, is a big blow to the people of northern Uganda and the entire country, particularly where he has been an icon and vice chairman for NRM Northern Region. He is the leader who encouraged forgiveness and social transformation. Honorable Speaker, I must say, he's a leader who wished well for others and made sure the workers' bill was passed during his regime, even before he went to be with the Lord. On behalf of the people of West Nile districts and on my own behalf, I convey the deepest heartfelt condolences to the people of OMORO district, Acholi sub-region, the greater northern Uganda, Uganda at large, and the President of the Republic of Uganda and the entire people of Uganda. As people of West Nile, we will miss our loving, patriotic, and visionary brother, Jacob Oulanyah. Honorable Speaker, he died too early because he was on the course of uniting as Northerners and reconciling us, particularly after the recently concluded elections that left many of us with wounds. This is the man who was healing the wounds. As the people of West Nile, we join the rest of Ugandans in mourning the demise of our fallen brother. May God, our Father, rest the soul of fallen brother eternal peace for God and my country.
Honorable members, if you come, stick to the time that is allocated. You are very big people, and we do not want to insist on requesting you to conclude. May we now receive statement from Uganda Urban Association. Honorable member, you may sit. Let them bring the microphone to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, and the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, all protocols observed. My name is Okwir Patrick. I am the Speaker for Lira City Council. I bring condolences from the people of Lira City. I am an advocate of the High Court, and the late Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was equally an advocate of the High Court. We were members of Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society, and it is on behalf of the Uganda Law Society and the East African Law Society that I also bring condolences. I am the Secretary General for Uganda Urban Council Speakers Association. This is an association of all the urban speakers comprising of the cities, municipalities, city divisions, and town councils. Under Article 5 of our association, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was our patron. It is unfortunate that I did not have time to interact with him, and yet I had promised my electorate that when elected, I would liaise to meet him to issue out pertinent issues and concerns affecting the urban council speakers. And it is upon this background that I want to implore his predecessor, the Speaker of Parliament and the Deputy Speaker, that you should be able to take on from where the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah left. I will be knocking at your door, and I want to promise you this. And when I come there, please, Honorable Tayebwa, lend us your ears. To the family, particularly Mzee Nathan Okori, you are a great man. I imagine how hard it is to give birth to the Speaker of Parliament. I don't think it is an easy task. I challenge you who are here that if it is an easy task, please do the same. A lot has been said about the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. I do not want to depart from the same, but I want to confirm the same. And also hasten to add that he was a man of immense intellect, wisdom. He was a man of humility. He was full of love. And above all, we all know at least, that he was God-fearing.
Right, Honorable, summarize, please.
On behalf of Uganda Urban Council Speakers Association, ladies and gentlemen, I want to join the rest of Ugandans in grieving the death of the Honorable Speaker, but as well as celebrating a life and legacy well lived. I want to recognize Honorable Alima, who is a member of our executive, who is on my left-hand side. And with all this, ladies and gentlemen, may his soul rest in peace. I thank you.
A statement from you, Dikosha. 1 minute, please. Move the microphone. Are you making a statement on behalf of you, Dikosha? I'm the vice. You are? Please, the vice. You're the vice. Please, take the podium.
The Right Honorable Speaker,
other speakers present, the district chairpersons, ministers, members of parliament, and other dignitaries, all protocol observed. My name's Chris Songom. I'm standing in the gap on behalf of my chairman, Udikosa, Mogisa Max from Mayuge. We are on the verge of handing over the office of Udikosa to the newly elected executive, which is not yet done. So I'm up here to convey on behalf of all the district local government in the country that the late Right Honorable Dr. Oulanyah was the patron of Udikosa. And it is unfortunate that he went what he helped us to go through has not yet been accomplished. I stand in this gap to urge the Deputy Speaker who is right here and the Speaker who is right in the chair that when the late was a Deputy Speaker with the Right Honorable Madam Kadaga, he helped us to produce 3 documents as the Speakers Association. One of them is this one in my hands, the revised copy of the Rule of Procedure, July 2019. That is what came out of their cooperation with us. The other second document which we produce in office is a strategic plan for the Udikosa. Then the third document is a capacity building plan. And in the capacity building plan, I want to mention that we have highlighted the conflicts which appears in various local government where we urge that the parliament lies with local government ministry to help capacity building to reduce the level of conflict in different power centers which appear within the district. I also urge that the parliament take it upon itself, because when COVID came in, we were relying on DGF funding to help move around to build the capacity of the different councillors around the country, and DGF funding was stopped. I urge that the parliament put money aside so that it channel through the Ministry of Local Government that the capacity of all the local councillors within the country are built in time. And as I conclude, I cannot forget on this great occasion, this one go right from the family to the friends, the relatives, and the clans. Jacob was a man who cherished the Almighty God. I want to end by quoting in Psalms chapter 78 and verse 72, which talks about King David, that he served the nation with an upright heart, and he served the nation with a skillful hand. This one implies integrity, moral and ethic, and high level of principle. This one cannot be buried. I urge the Parliament of Uganda and above all those who are presiding that set us the standard, then we will pick it up from the local government where we cherish integrity, high moral, and unity, where we promote reconciliation above and across board. I thank you. It takes the community to bring up a child, but it will take up that child to develop the community. And the late did his part. May his soul rest in eternal peace for God and my country.
Olga.
the Right Honorable Speaker of this Special Emergency Regional Council session, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, the Cabinet Ministers, led by Third Deputy Prime Minister, the Secretary General of NRM, the members of Parliament, the district chairpersons, members of the district executive committees, resident district commissioners, cultural leaders, officers and men in uniform, religious leaders, members of the press, members of the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Speaker, I am called Oulanyah Andrew Moses, the district chairperson of Acholi District Local Government, and I double as the Vice President, Uganda Local Government Association. The Right Honorable Speaker, I am here in this session to join the rest of the regions, to join the whole country in mourning our fallen Speaker. At Local Government Secretariat, we were broken by the news of the demise of the Right Honorable Speaker. As we talk now, the leadership of Uganda Local Government Association is doing everything to play roles with the national and local organizing committee to make the send-off of the Right Honorable, the fallen Right Honorable Speaker decent. And I want to thank all leaders of local government for the support that you have given. We sat here merely a week back to organize for this session. I want to say you have made me proud, and I even know that the soul of the late fallen Speaker, wherever he is, he knows that you valued him. I want to thank you, local government leaders. As Wolga, we had made a position paper through the Ministry of Local Government to the relevant ministries and Parliament. We had also made a request to the fallen Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament to forge a way to have issues of local government presented in Parliament, and my brother, Honorable Mapenduzi, was championing the task from Parliament. Honorable Mapenduzi, now that we have our brother fallen, I want to encourage you to let the candle continue to burn. It is also our request as local government leadership that the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda continue to further the interests for which local governments were created. The devolution that we have now is not very actual. When decentralization started, it started with almost allocation of over 37% of resources to local government, and they were very vibrant. As we talk now, it has fallen up to 8%. It was 9, now it has fallen to 8%. Of course, we also consider the fact that COVID came in. And it is our interest because the service delivery unit is at the local government level. And the fallen Speaker had a commitment to make sure that this interest is furthered. The population of this country require that we serve them. And I think it is the same purpose that the fallen Speaker was devoted and committed to see that in this country we have everybody brought on board, to have a transformed society where everybody enjoys. It is therefore very bad that we talk now when it's no more. As local government leadership, we'll work together with the government of the Republic of Uganda to make sure that at all levels we participate in supporting development initiatives that can transform lives of the people. And we want that the Parliament of Uganda Even when there are divided opinions, at one point we should come together and prioritize the things that can make this county proud, like the polling speaker had taken a position. And I'm very proud that we are here and we will continue with the recommendations that this council came with about proposals that should be done to keep and sustain the legacy of the fallen Speaker of Parliament. I think the rest of the leaders that we have must take challenges and then close the gap from where we had a mess. It is true that the timing of the demise of the Speaker was not right. The timing, he had just come out of an ESO to achieve a great height to become the Speaker of Parliament. I am very indebted to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Honorable Member, you may now summarize.
I had a point to put, but because of time, Right Honorable Speaker, on this same accord, I would therefore want to say the different local governments that are represented here today, the resolutions that we have taken here must be ratified in your different local governments. In the subsequent councils that you will all in your respective districts, you should be in position to ratify and even cause more amendments if there are aspirations, if there are proposals that we can implement at our local government level. Things that we can do to sustain the legacy that the fallen Speaker left. I would want to thank you. On my own account, as the district chairperson of Kole, I am going to locate a garden where we will plant trees, and those trees will be in memory of our brother, late Honorable Jacob. Thank you very much. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable members, let me repeat this. I have been repeating the same thing. Please, time is moving fast. And so let us agree that we will use the time that has been allocated to us. I had earlier on given an opportunity to the chairperson of Uganda, Urban Authority of Uganda, to speak, but I think somebody came and spoke on his behalf. Chairman, you will have to bear with me. I recognize your presence, and we appreciate that you are with us. Allow me now to move, and we receive statements, brief, very brief statements, from the area members of Parliament, and I would like to start with the female area member of Parliament.
The Honorable Speaker, chairing the House and accompanying speakers at this august House, dignitaries present, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Third Deputy Prime Minister, the Secretary General of the NRM Party, colleagues, leaders at your various capacities, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, I join previous speakers in thanking local government leaders for initiating and organizing this joint full council meeting for Acholi, Lango, and West Nile sub-region. Mr. Speaker, I've been very attentive to the motion that was raised, debated upon, and concluded. The eulogies made here. How I wish we were speaking about this great gentleman while he was alive. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, the fallen speaker whom we are talking about, one would easily understand the meaning of leadership. Knowing your people, understanding them, leading them, but not letting you be led by them. This, Mr. Speaker, requires being sensitive to their needs for you to have your decisions and actions that can touch their lives. Facilitating the process to achieve the common goal set ahead of them. And this is what you'll all agree with me that Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah was very much gifted in this. Mr. Speaker, sir, arriving at a positive change in the lives of the common person as a leader sometimes is not easy. Sometimes as leader, we are led by our people, but we don't provide leadership. I remember very well in his own words, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah would always tell us that you should provide leadership. Try to provide leadership. Try to provide leadership. And Mr. Speaker, one thing I want to say a little about Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, aware of the time constraint that we have. The Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah has always spoken to the hearts of people he's addressing. He was a man so gifted with the power of speech making. He was a good orator. And from the submission of the district chairman, from the debates that has been going on here, you'll all agree with me, Mr. Speaker, sir, and members seated here, that from his dreams and passion that was so much into education, health, economic empowerment, and all the others that were mentioned, you see a leader committed to make impact in the lives of the people he's leading. We shall greatly miss him. He was a father of this great district. One thing that I need to point out to this very august house is that we are autonomous as a district. We speak now as a district of OMORO. We are proud to be a district now of OMORO. It is all because of the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, our fallen leader, when he was in the 7th Parliament of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, it is important as leaders that we remember to leave impacts of the common in the lives of the common man as we lead our people. A life well lived needs and deserves to be celebrated. We continue thanking God for the grace He has given the family to carry on amidst these challenges. We continue praying to God for the blessings on this family so that his legacy at home in the family, what he has been doing, God should be able to identify a figurehead in the family to carry on. We continue to pray, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, in light of coping up with this difficult moment, as a district, as a region, as the people of Uganda, the word I would want to say is that we need to put unity first, as he has always advocated. Mr. Speaker, this will mean forgetting our small differences, but rather focusing on our common needs. This will pull us together, will strengthen us to move so that we are able to cope up with this great challenge of great loss of our great man. Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah attained greatness through hard work, Mr. Speaker. And because he worked hard, he was able to reach where he is. Some people are born great naturally, but for him, he attained greatness. Life well lived needs to be celebrated. The legacy he has left, we need to carry on. To the government of Uganda, it will only be prudent, and it would appear really a great recognition if what has been resolved by this council today is carried forward and put into activities that translates into the life of the common man. I want to, at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, thank in a special way leaders of local government for standing with us as OMORO District Local Government. We thank you for standing with us. It has been very, very difficult, and it's still difficult. It will continue to be difficult. But what you have spoken here today has spoken to our hearts. We thank you for standing with us. I want to thank honorable members of Parliament. From day one, when we received this news, you have been standing with us. This has spoken to our heart as OMORO District. I want to extend the same thanks to the leadership of Parliament of Uganda, to government of Uganda, for recognizing that we are in a difficult situation and for standing with us. And finally, to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, we thank him for standing with OMORO District. We hope we shall be able to cope up. It is difficult, a great loss. May the soul of our son, a great man who has lived and left impact in this world, rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so very much. Our area member of Parliament, we will now receive another statement from the area member of Parliament for Tochi County in OMORO District. Honorable Peter, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, ministers present, honorable members, district chairperson, and the district council members. Mr. Speaker, I thank God that today we are paying tribute to a man we all knew. Mr. Speaker, for you to know the strength of a man or the strength of a person, you must have wrestled that person. I stood against the late Speaker Jacob Oulanyah in 2011 for the race of OMORO County seat for Parliament. But he gave me a thorough beating. Of all the attributes said about the late Speaker Jacob Oulanyah, given our numbers here, each one of us has to stand and speak. Could just pick one attribute. And if all of us spoke, each one of us would have picked one, and some attributes would still be left. I want to pick one, and that is of courage. For the last few weeks, every speaker who was given a chance to speak spoke of how Jacob led the national resistance movement to victory in northern Uganda. But that took courage for Jacob to do that. And that started way back in 2006. When he made a tough decision at a time when it was bad enough to even think of NRM in northern Uganda. Leave alone talking about it. Talking about it was even suicidal. But he took that decision. That I support NRM. And since then, he never looked back. Even when he knew that would cost him an election, and indeed it costed him in 2006, but he went on. Mr. Speaker, back here in OMORO, in 2016, when we broke out of Gulu, we coined a slogan, the OMORO we want. And in the lady's own words, he called upon us, from wherever you are, be you a teacher, be you a politician, you a planner, let where you are be your front line in working towards the OMORO we want. Those were his words. As the people of OMORO, listening, speaker after speaker, right from Parliament on Tuesday, and the people who spoke here today, I can only say that we are humbled. We are humbled that Jacob was a true ambassador of this district. You have showed us that you genuinely love this son of OMORO. We shall miss him, but as the Acholi believe, when you die, but you have had children, you are not dead. Because in his children, we shall see him. And the great legacies that you have all spoken about. I only pray that we don't make emotional promises here. Let all the promises that have been made be kept. Otherwise, it will break us down, and all the good deeds he did to this country, to the world, shall be a waste on his part. So it's upon all of us, Parliament, government, to stand by what has been promised. And we see to it that it is fulfilled. I thank the Council for organizing this. And the resolutions that have been passed in the subsequent councils, we take stock of the resolutions that have been made, how many have been fulfilled, and we see a way of following it up to ensure that they are fulfilled. May the good Lord rest the soul of our son in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. I have come to a painful realization that time is a very big challenge to all of us. And for that matter, our dear members of Parliament, allow me very humbly to amend my communication. I had given slots to members of Parliament under Acholi Parliamentary Group, Lango Parliamentary Group, and West Nile Parliamentary Forum. But because of time, allow me in a very humble way to request only one member of parliament to now come and make a brief remark on the behalf of all the members of parliament who are present with us, and also use the opportunity to introduce them, allow them to rise up for council recognition. Please.
The Right Honorable Speaker, the protocol observed. My name is Gilbert Oulanyah, the Member of Parliament from Kilak South. Right Honorable Speaker, on a special way, I would like to appreciate you specifically and the Council for paying tribute to our fallen brothers. Right Honorable Speaker, the way I monitored and followed the current council we have in the Greater North, I would like to say all the councils are parliamentary materials. Right Honorable Speaker, the way you are presiding over the House, you are fit to be the Speaker of Parliament in the coming future. I am saying this, my colleagues are aware. In other areas, councillors request to speak in their mother tongue. But the councils from the Greater North are well educated, very objective, and you know what to do. With this, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to wish the honorable councillors good luck in the coming election. Right Honorable Speaker, because of time, you have given very brief time for members of parliament, but I request, if possible, you allow members of parliament to introduce themselves. It's very important. If because of time, it depends on you, Right Honorable Speaker, you will decide on what to do. Finally, as I wind up, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah guided us. And he told us, in this world, you need to be courageous. Honorable members, take courage in this world. What is good is good. What is bad is bad. And in this world, you need to be straight and speak to the truth. Therefore, let us borrow what the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah told us. As we pay tribute to him, his legacy shall never be forgotten. With these few remarks, I wish you well and I wish you good luck. God bless you.
Thank you, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kilak. I had requested that the next Member of Parliament who would come would introduce all the other members of parliament. So, honorable members of parliament, may I very, very humbly request that we all rise up from wherever we are sitting for council recognition in a very, very special way. And may we appreciate the members of parliament who are with us. We love you so much. And your being with us in the council is a very big encouragement to us. Thank you so very much. Honorable members, before we proceed to wind up the business of the council, I draw your attention to Rule 12, Sub-Rule 2, Paragraph B of the Rules of Procedure. And in that respect, may I request that there be a motion that we extend the hours, purposely to allow other dignitaries to make their remarks. And we shall extend the hours officially from 5 to 5:30. Motion? Move forward, Honorable.
For how many minutes? Mr. Speaker, sir, my name is Acholi Paul, who is locally known Engineer Ochanobong. I'm a district councillor representing workers in OMORO district. I've gotten to my feet to do a simple task. That is moving a motion to extend our sitting from 5 to 5:30. I beg to move.
Thank you so very much. Secondment? Secondment?
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. All protocol observed. I'm Betty Wani, Secretary for Health and Community-Based Services, Oyam District Local Government. I'm happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, honorable members. In line with Rule 12, Sub-Rule 3 of the Rules of Procedure, House is extended by 30 minutes from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Before we proceed to the last item, almost in the order paper, I want to recognize in a very, very special way the arrival and the presence of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we welcome you and we appreciate your presence with us.
Mr. Speaker, our next on the order paper is eulogies from the dignitaries who are present in the council.
Thank you, honorable members. We have a special category of people we are giving an opportunity to speak. I want to acknowledge that all the dignitaries we have received today are very, very important people. Unfortunately, not all of us may be given the opportunity to speak because we have a lot of things to say about the late Speaker of Parliament. I implore all of us that all the good things we have to say that we are unable to say from here, we can put them in books, we can put them in articles and journals for the people to keep reading about the good work that the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Oulanyah, has been able to do in this world during his life. This shall be the order of remarks by the dignitaries. First, we shall receive a statement from the family. I very much believe the family representative should be preparing to make a brief remark, and we shall move straight to the ministers. Honorable ministers, you will have to bear with me if in your standing I may have offended protocol. But this is how we shall move. We shall have a statement from the Minister for Primary Education. We shall have a statement from the Minister for Northern Uganda. We shall have a statement from the State Minister for Education and Sports, and we shall have a statement from the Minister for Local Government, and then we shall have a statement from the Minister. We shall have a statement from the third Deputy Prime Minister, and then we shall receive a statement from the Right Honorable Secretary General of the NRM Party. Then we shall move and have a statement from the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the 11th Parliament, and we shall conclude with His Lordship, the Chief Justice. So, representative of the family. And as the family representative comes to give us a brief remark, I am also here praying and consulting with God that maybe the honorable ministers may change their mind and they say, let us go in the company of the third Deputy Prime Minister, and he speaks on our behalf.
Right Honorable Speaker of the Council, Chief Justice, Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Ministers and MPs present, and all dignitaries, I've been given the high honor of saying a word or two. But I want to really thank you all for all the message you've been giving out. The tributes have really helped us to understand who our father is and was. Our father is, we don't use the word was. Our father is unique because he lives through us, his children. But I want us to draw our mind more to his methodologies, how he used to tackle national issues. He had a framework of 3 questions. One was, is it okay with God? So in all our deliberations, we need to be able to account for our time, for our responsibilities that God accounted to us. He gave us talents, we should be able to account for them. Secondly, we would ask, is it beneficial? First, is it legal? How will it benefit the common man? You represent constituencies, you represent people in your different areas. Whatever you're deliberating on, is it going to be beneficial to the people that are touched by that deliberation? Or is it a waste of time or just mere politics? So whatever we deliberate should be of national importance. There's always time for politics, but on national issues, he advised us to put politics aside. So in short, I really want to just thank you. And as we pay tributes, let's also pick lessons. You can pay tributes the whole day, but you live your life unchanged. If you say that is very honest, and you're just reporting about it, can you also be honest in your operations? If you say it's brutally honest on issue of injustice, can you also be honest on issue of injustice? Let's borrow a leaf or the whole tree and see how we can emulate him in the way we conduct business. Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Jok, and I'm a son here.
Thank you, Andrew, for giving us that very, very strong encouragement and words of wisdom on the behalf of the family. I have received communication that God has answered my prayer, and we shall have the Minister for Local Government making a remark on the behalf of the other ministers. Honorable Minister, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
the presiding speaker in chair, together with your colleagues, the district and city speakers here present, my Lord the Chief Justice, Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Uganda, the Deputy Speaker, colleagues, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the distinguished members of the joint meeting of the councils of local governments of the Northern Region, ladies and gentlemen, I'm called Raphael Majezi. I'm the Minister for Local Government. I thank you for giving me this honor and privilege to say a word as we send off my dear leader, my dear speaker, my dear brother and friend, the Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah. I have 4 things to say, only 4, and I'll do that within not more than 4 minutes. First of all, to you, the local government leaders present, there is only one thing I would like you to note, that every time I was with Right Honorable Oulanyah, counseling you as your patron, as your mentor, attending your different functions, there is one word he used to say to you. Can I have your attention, please? As I said, I'm using 1 minute per statement. If you lose it, it's gone. Honorable Oulanyah used to tell us as local governments, follow the rules of procedure. The minute you do that, you will not have a problem in council. Dear leaders, that's what I take from our great leader in terms of management of our councils. Follow the rules of procedure. Point number 2, you've raised a number of very critical issues here. In health, in education, in roads, the management of NUSAF projects, the induction of councils, and so on. I'd like to respond as follows. I've been writing everything that you are saying. Completely, every word I have it. We're going to compile all these issues, including the recommendations which you have now adopted as resolutions of this meeting. I'll ensure that we form them into a cabinet information paper for the attention of all ministries. And for you, the local governments, as guided earlier, you need to ensure they are ratified by your respective councils. You raised a special issue, which I cannot leave without mentioning, the issue of your local revenue. Colleagues, honorable ministers, Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, Secretary General of the NRM, we have raised this issue before, that the local governments collect their local revenue from markets, from trade licenses, from fines and fees at all levels. They collect it. They now have been required by an instrument from Ministry of Finance. They pay it to Bank of Uganda. And then they wait until the Ministry of Finance returns the same money back to them. Parliament in November passed a resolution requiring that we reverse this procedure. As a practitioner, as somebody who has grown up, it's now my 30th year in local government, I have no logic, no rationale to get money from a district, bring it to the ministry, look at it and I wonder, then I bring it back to you. For me, it doesn't make any sense at all. So government is considering this matter. And I want to beg your indulgence, kindly wait, we shall resolve it, because I'm told we need a supplementary budget in Parliament to return the money to you and so on. But the members of Parliament are here. There are more than 35 I've seen. Colleagues, honorable members of Parliament, if this is a legal matter, we better address it because it is causing a lot of inconvenience to the local governments. Let them stay with their money, they use it according to their budget, they pass supplementary budgets in their councils, and we as government go to monitor the expenditures and accountabilities of the public money. We shall follow this matter until it is resolved. Point number 3, the regional meeting, this particular meeting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to applaud you for the excellent way in which you have conducted this meeting today. You said that the members of councils need induction, you need capacity building. I do agree with you, but I have no doubt, I believe what Honorable Gilbert has said here, your level of debate, Honorable Councillors, is first class. It is excellent. Just keep it up. The sky is the limit. We shall add with some bit of training and induction, but I have no doubt that if all the speakers I've seen here do manage their councils the same way the Speaker of OMORO has exhibited here, then the local governments are safe and the future of decentralization is strong. I'd like to give a tribute to Jacob Oulanyah on this. He has given us something to carry forward. It is under Article 178 of the Constitution, cooperation among the local governments. But we have never practiced it anywhere. This is, in my experience, the first time that I see a regional assembly of the various councils of the local governments in the region. Congratulations on this achievement, and let's carry it forward. Because I've seen you can now debate inter-district issues. You are able to bring out development and cultural issues which cut across the various districts. But colleagues, we need to formalize this arrangement so as to give it the force of law, because it is provided for under the law. For now, your resolutions have to go back to your councils for ratification, and then you send me the council resolutions so that we take them up at government level. But once it is formalized, what you have decided today would immediately take the force of law. Finally, point number 4, to the family and the children. I have one word to say about my friend, the late Oulanyah. In future, from here today, you should never be afraid. You should walk your heads high, with your shoulders raised, when they call you a son or daughter of Oulanyah Jacob. Because the name of Oulanyah now represents greatness. It represents oneness. It represents unrivaled godliness. You should be proud to call yourself that name of Oulanyah. May God give him eternal rest and thank him for what he did for our country. I thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, the Honorable Minister for Local Government. Thank you also for making commitments on the behalf of the Cabinet. And thank you, Father, for allowing to carry our voice back to the Cabinet. If I follow protocol, then we shall now move and receive a brief remark from the Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda.
Yes, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, my Lord, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Speaker of the Council, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Honorable Members from the different councils here seated today, I will say protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm called Nakadama Rukia Isanga.
I'm the Deputy Prime Minister, the third Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. I want to thank the Speaker for handling this council, for the council that you've concluded, and I want to thank the members for the contribution that they have done, and of course, those recommendations. I thank you so much. The country has been in grief and mourning for the last 18 days following the demise of the late Right Honorable Jacobo Lakori Oulanyah on 20th of March 2022. On behalf of the government, of the NRM government, and on my own behalf, I convey heartfelt condolences to the district councils of Lango, Acholi, and the West Nile. The family of the late Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah, the people of Acholi, fellow political leaders at all levels, the institutions, the people of Uganda, and His Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and I know the personal friends. The late Right Honorable Jacobo Lakori Oulanyah has been a distinct person who I must unreservedly state that he is hardly replaceable. I'm talking about a leader who has been tested and trusted, and whom the NRM government had a lot of expectations to steer legislation for socio-economic transformation in our country. The late Jacobo Oulanyah will be remembered for his sense of humor, punctuality, candidness, charisma, and level-headedness. He was an intelligent lawyer, a patriotic, and a citizen, outstanding debater. As a peace lover, he played a central role in the search for peace during the Lila War, that is LRA, and raged on in the northern Uganda for almost 2 decades. You know, we used to hear the Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah being the person among the people who were in those peace talkings that were going on in this region. For myself, upon reflection, I see a lot to emulate from the late. Most critical, the need to put interest in our country first. In his legislative time, he put Uganda first in every move he made. We know that 21.4% of our people still live in absolute poverty, despite a reduction from the 56% in 1992. I'm humbled by the commitment of the late to extend an opportunity to the less privileged children, whom the council members here have been talking about, to see that we still need to see that we push that program ahead. As I conclude, I want to thank His Excellency the President, who went out of his way to save the life of the late Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah. He directed his treatment in one of the best medical facilities in the world, and he has been at the center of the entire process up to now. Like we all believe that our task is to make preparations to fulfill in his explicit custody of God, our Creator. He gave us this gallant son, and he has taken him away. I want to appreciate the love that you have shown. All the people who are here, you have the love for this family and the love for the Right Honorable Jacobo Oulanyah. I extend appreciation for the leadership in Acholi, Lango, and West Nile at all levels for the support you have accorded this entire process, and I'm certain that the late Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah will rest in peace. I want to, the Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that among the recommendations that you came out with, I know the members of Parliament were here. They are going to look at them for consideration, and whatever is possible will be done. What is supposed to be done at the cabinet level, I understand and I know that the cabinet will also handle. With those few remarks, I want to thank everybody who is here, and I want to say that we should continue building peace in this region, even if the Right Honorable Oulanyah has left us, but he has put a foundation for us. Let us emulate him and continue building peace in the region so that people should know whom we emulated from. With those few remarks, I want to thank you, and I want to take this opportunity. Should I do? I want to take this opportunity to invite the Secretary General of the mighty party, NRM, to come and add your voice to this big congregation. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, can I relax my mask so that I speak very fast? Because of time, I'm going to spend less than 5 minutes.
Proceed, Right Honorable.
My Lord, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, members of the Cabinet, members of Parliament, the bereaved family of our brother, Honorable Jacob Oulanyah Lokori, members of the local government of Uganda, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled. As I was sitting there, I was imagining if my brother Jacob was sitting here, he would be smiling at which we, his students, were debating matters of national importance. The energy, the knowledge, the wisdom with which you were debating as councillors gave me the comfort that in you there are many Jacobs. In you there are many lawyers. In you there are many economists, architects. In you there are leaders in this region. There is only one or two things that we need to guard against. Preserve yourself for the region. Keep yourself with sanity. Make sure you protect yourselves and live with integrity that Jacob used to preach. Where possible, go back to schools and improve your knowledge. I see a bright future. I see a wonderful future. The assembly that Jacob has gathered here in front of his house, in his presence, is an assembly that should keep us united as a region. The words he left us with is that of unity. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I see the unity being exhibited here. I'm impressed by the way in which you are looking at the nation, that you are moving a motion that Karamoja should be part of northern Uganda. I'm impressed with our speaker from Tororo, that those from Tororo should be added onto us. I'm impressed that very soon the Manyoros are going to say they're also going to be part of this. That means you are providing leadership. And thank you so much. As we honor Jacob, we believe is resting and smiling at how we, his students, are learning from his good deeds. Mr. Speaker, because of time, I wouldn't want to say much about my personal relationship with Jacob. But let me speak about Jacob as a member of the party that I represent. The national resistance movement has lost a giant. Jacob was such a giant, if you don't know. Whenever Jacob speaks at SEC meeting, whatever he would speak, it would be carried without amendment. And that is what we are going to miss. And at times when he's coming for a meeting, he would consult all the other SEC members. And he would always guide the SEC members, because as the Secretary General, I'm always the secretary to those meetings. And you'll find Jacob in small meetings asking the different SEC members that what are the critical national issues that we need to achieve in this meeting. And he would always help the SEC members to distinguish personal issues and national issues. And would say, if you have any personal issues to raise to the president, let us first deal with the national matters, and that will come after. And unanimously, they will always suggest that he should be the one to spearhead such discussions. And writing minutes of issues raised by Jacob was always not a difficult thing for me. The points are very clear. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, just let me sing a small hymn in honor of our brother Jacob. Angeta loro ni tipu na birwe Pimaroen hachayo gigudu Jatan kaubita anawajume agwake donkima mape bitum. Donkime kima. When I was paying tribute to Honorable Jacob at his home in Kampala, I remember one incident. How you missed. Sorry for calling you honorable guys. When His Lordship, the Chief Justice, was dancing Bola, I remember in one of our meetings in planning for the burial of Jacob, the Chief Justice decreed to us that it was only Jacob that could dance next to him, not any of us. And so we should respect him when he's dancing the Bola. Nobody should come near him, because that position of Jacob should be empty until he puts his brother to the grave. And so when I entered and the Chief Justice was dancing, I was almost moved to join, but I remembered what he said, that that spot is for Jacob. As he was mourning Jacob, he was drumming and dancing. There were 4 sons of this area that I remember very vividly. The Chief Justice, the late Jacob, Mao, and the late Colonel Walter Ochora. At one time, when you sit with these 4 and you are a potential leader, you learn a lot from culture, from academic life, from national issues, from personal discipline. One time I was traveling with the late Colonel Walter Ochora to the US. We were on a transit and we were checking in for our flight. And when you're checking in, of course, for those who have ever traveled, you remove your watches, you remove your bells, and you remove everything, you walk through the machine. Now, the late Colonel Walter Ochora, of course, had a bit of a mask that he used not to wear bells. He used to wear suspenders. And when he was walking through, and we met Jacob by accident. He was traveling from another place and coming back to Uganda. And so when they met each other and Ochora was on the line going to the machine, they started talking. Then Ochora was saying, these people want me to remove my suspender and my trouser will fall because I don't have a belt. So Jacob told him, just remove the trouser. And indeed, that was what the late Ochora did. He removed his trouser and walked through the machine in a boxer. That was how humorous they were. So we shall always miss Jacob. He was such a very wonderful man, very intelligent. The only thing we can remember him with is, let his wisdoms change our lives. Let his wisdoms change our lives in all the aspects you have spoken about. Lastly, I need to thank His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and members of the Central Executive Committee of the party for giving Jacob that platform that made him excel, that made him known to Uganda. Because the Central Executive Committee was what nominated Jacob to become the Deputy Speaker of Parliament and later on the Speaker of the National Assembly. And indeed, that is the same platform that gave Jacob all the platform that he really wanted. And so we thank His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and members of the Central Executive Committee and members of the party who are here and those who are not here. Thank you so much. And maybe lastly, let me introduce a few of my members of the party that I lead the secretariat with. I saw Honorable Emmanuel Dombo Lomala. I don't know whether he's still around. He's the Director of Media and Public Relations. I saw Honorable James Tweyo, the chair of the Workers' League in Uganda, and many others are coming to be with us tomorrow. Afo Irtwal, Ladit Tukori, Chinywa Chwe Petawapo Megewa, Chinywa Chwe Pingo Matiga Time. Walego ne bet kete akchwin, walego ne dikalman, ubet kete akchwin, luak mugwara eni, gubiono kakumu, gubiono kaporikumi, pepero madit mu por dikal kany. Walego dotwal ni letiana mudong, wabi guiding in. Letiano pa Jacob mudong wun lupajo, wana Acholi, wan luak meko malame Uganda. Pete lokodu mermigi moki jepe neki latien pa Jacob. Ento ke no ngarimoti ka yelo ne chimwanga tanoni. Ke no latin pa Jacob iyo chuimori. Ke chere orlega lek pi gang pa Jacob, lek pi won Jacob, lek pi dikal pa Jacob. Meno no etika meto yataria pa Jacob. Afo irotwal rormeto gum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Secretary General. Honorable members, I want to request you with a lot of humility now, as I bring to your attention that the 30 minutes I had requested we have consumed, and we have not yet come to the conclusion of council business. We are 35 minutes already. May I request, again in a very special way, that we can use the 25 minutes remaining to conclude business. So we give an ample time for the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker Parliament and then His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to make their remarks. May I have a motion to retrospectively extend time from 17:30 until 18:00 hours. Motion. You have coded me a very special status now, the authoritarian speaker. So I will use my power, honorable member, since you have given me. House is extended from 5:30 until 6 p.m. My Lord Chief Justice, I have taken note of your very special request that you be ushered in by Otole dancers. And as we prepare to do that, may I very, very humbly and in a very special way, I invite the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament to come and make some brief remarks. Right Honorable Speaker, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Secretary General of the NRM, ministers, colleagues, members of Parliament, fellow mourners. Right Honorable Speaker, the proceedings I've witnessed today have shown me that the future of northern Uganda is secure. The standards are so high, and I think you've really responded to the Gospel of Jacob, whereby you should never, never go for any low standard. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for maintaining the standards. Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Local Government has said he has taken note of all issues you've raised. My role, Honourable Minister, in a month's time, Parliament will need you to bring a statement on the issues raised by the councillors. And thereafter, you bring a Treasury memorandum, which is action taken on the issues. Because the issues affecting councillors in northern Uganda are issues affecting councillors in Karamoja, in Mitoma, and everywhere. So, Honourable Minister, that's a deal, and we've sealed it here at Jacob Oulanyah's home. So we must fulfill it. Finally, I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of OMORO and northern Uganda for welcoming our Right Honourable in a very special way yesterday. Thank you, because for us, people who are not from this area, we are already celebrating Mzee Lokolo for being used by God to deliver a very important gift for this country. Jacob taught us how to debate. He taught us how to be smart. He taught us how to love. He taught us how to be happy. He taught us how to be human. He taught us how to be humble. And the only way we can pay him back is by being humble, by working for the people. And the Parliament I'm going to lead under the supervision of my boss, the Right Honourable Speaker, Anita Mong. We shall ensure it is a people-centered Parliament. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Right Honourable Deputy Speaker.
I think if you don't mind, Right Honourable, I can
Please
take
proceed.
the opportunity
to
invite His Lordship, the Chief Justice, to come and address you. Oh, I'm told there is a tolerance. Oh, I invite the tole dancers.
No. The CJ.
Wow.
Let the CJ come.
Oh, he's already coming. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Uganda, Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament, the Great Joint Council of Northern Uganda. I'm going to speak very briefly because I'm going to speak at length tomorrow. So I'll focus on your sitting here today. Mzee pora ana be loko kele mono ke kentien pien loka bordo tua bibe do diri nerma do mera dong metier pagak tina be loko kele mono bord jone monopol dan pe winyo me puedo que pe biro kan ki dong lo ka chela rio mo ata lo ki un weng dire in me lo komera. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the Bible there was the Old Testament, number of books. Then the New Testament, the works of Jesus Christ. Then after that, the Acts of the Apostles. Jesus Christ participated briefly in the Acts of the Apostles. Then he climbed, they saw him climbing into the clouds. And we celebrate that one as Ascension Day. He appeared to a few people. Now, my brother Jacob certainly was not a Jesus Christ. But there is a parallel. Even in death, he has done what he was not able to do in life. Because the meeting we are holding together was called by Jacob Oulanyah through his death. Meaning he has not died in vain. Why is it important, this meeting, the Joint District Council for Northern Uganda? It is because until and when Northern Uganda acts as one, we will be meandering like the Jews in the desert for 40 years. Until what you've started today, you concretize it positively, not negatively, positively. Because there is might in numbers. Even democracy is about demography. Until you realize this, and I thank God that is allowed Jacob Oulanyah, my brother, Woda Pora Pora, to call this meeting today. The challenge to you is whether it is just a one-day ritual or it is the beginning, one step in a journey of 1,000 miles, as the Chinese say. Go to Sir Samuel Baker School in Gulu here. The first secondary school in the whole of Uganda, which was not founded by missionaries, in the whole of Uganda. Do you know who owns Sir Samuel Baker School? It is not the Acholi, it just happens to be in Acholi land. Sir Samuel Baker School was built by 5 northern Uganda districts. Karamoja, and you'll find their totem, the giraffe in Sir Samuel Baker in the coat of arms. Lango, you'll find the rhino Amura here, Sir Samuel Baker School. Acholi, you'll find the elephant. Madi, you'll find the cockerel, a cock. Then West Nile, you'll find a leopard. These are the people who contributed money. I think it came to 50,000 pounds sterling. I'm not very sure about the amounts. During colonial time, at the end of the 1940s, when our fathers and uncles came back from the war and asked for a secondary school and asked for a sports ground, Peche War Memorial Stadium. It is we of our generation who destroyed northern Uganda, who destroyed the linkages of northern Uganda, who saw greatness in being Acholi, who saw greatness in being Lango. Later on, you now see greatness in being Apache, in being Tororo, in being Aleptong. Then it goes to OMORO like somebody talks now. So the challenge which Jacob has given you in death is whether you can recover that northern Uganda. That's a big challenge. You spoke here very well. I listened. Jacob was a unifier, a good debater. He loved his people. He loved God. Let us not sing those praises for the sake of being seen to have spoken also. Let us prove that what we said about Jacob Oulanyah, what we said about Woda Pora Pora, came from the depth of our hearts. It is only then that we can truly have remembered and sung the praises of Jacob. What are the challenging facing? For me, I thank Jacob that he has called me this meeting to tell you what I've been telling pockets of people in small settings. Northern Uganda is the poorest part of Uganda. You know this. It ranks lowest in education. You know this. None of your schools can now send students to go and do medicine. You know this. Engineering. You know this. Sir Samuel Becker School, Ombachi, Lango College. How many students go from Lango College to university? That's the Taupacho, which if God had allowed Jacob to be alive, we would have fought that Taupacho together. But fortunately, you, the disciples of Jacob, you are here, representative of the disciples of Jacob. That we can all stand up. We can all stand up, wipe our tears, and say, no, we can do it. But we can only do it as one mass. Not as Agago, not as Obongi, but as one mass, Northern Uganda. The biggest problem, thank you for asking for roads, upgrade of hospitals, and so on and so forth. Thank you. But number one, my brothers and sisters, is income generation. What is the economy of Northern Uganda? What economy do you have? Jacob was a student of rural economy, having done agricultural economics. I always told him that, why did you have to go and do law? For the love of money or what? You should have preached rural economy. When the colonialists came, they punished us, and please write the word punish. They condemned Northern Uganda to poverty by introducing here a cash crop which had no value, which up to now has no value. For the South, they gave them heaven. Coffee, promotion of banana, tea, name it. Then it came here, cotton. I had one of my brothers here say, Lango does very well in oil seed or something like this. This sunflower seed, is that right? My brother, that one is pocket money in Tororo. Pocket money. What you reap in 1 year from sunflower seeds is pocket money. If we are going to still focus, that simsim is our cash crop, that is I'm not saying you don't grow it, please grow it, but also grow it as pocket money. Simsim, name it. Until we leaders, and that's why Jacob was saying we must offer leadership to our people. Until and unless we forcefully, if it means coming up with bylaws in every district council, please do it. That we must also have perennial crops. Perennial crops means you plant, you live for 90 years, you die, You leave it for your children to continue earning from it. You leave it to your grandchildren to still continue earning from it, because those perennial crops which were deliberately denied us, the 1 acre of Simsim, which give you 900,000, because 3 sacks will earn you 900,000, and you boast when you earn 900,000 from Adilang, that's the farthest to the east in Acholi land. They praise you after Anaka Poron, that you really made money. 900,000 shillings. But the man in Tororo, the man in Buganda, the man in Bugisu, who has used only a quarter, just 1/4 of an acre, gets 15 million and he's mourning as if he has lost a child. I only got 15 million. I should have got 25. Here you are boasting with 900,000 shillings. That is the challenge which Jacob Oulanyah with the Pora has left for us. Gulu, this Gulu here, the region of Gulu, has the highest amount of rainfall annually, together with Entebbe. No other part of Uganda has the amount of rainfall that falls here, except Entebbe. The colonialists experimented cotton in Bukalasa in Wobolenzi. It was called B52, if I remember. But they never grew it in Buganda, where it did very well. They experimented and brought the seeds here. Then they went to West Nile. You, my brother and sisters from West Nile. They introduced tobacco. Tell me of any rich person in West Nile today out of tobacco. None. All that tobacco did was to destroy the environment. Woodlots. So my appeal is, if we're mourning Jacob, if we're weeping for our brother, let us rededicate ourselves and fight poverty in northern Uganda. I believe we'll be blowing his horn down there. Bekoro Bieladada. Ko winyini wateka ria mochanke northern Uganda. Then, what society have we inherited? We the leaders. They used to take sugarcane cutters from West Nile, from Acholi, from Lango, from part of eastern Uganda, to go and cut sugarcane in Lugazi and Kakera. I am told now, these people who do not have money in Acholi land here cannot go to cut sugarcane in Atiak. They are importing people from the south. But the first thing they will do when you come is they'll ask for money. So as our leaders on the ground, please, I beg you on my knees, this potted gin, these local drinks which Indians are bringing, which is destroying our society, it is within your powers as district council to come with strong bylaws and stop this nonsense from killing our people. There's one I'm told is called either Toledo or Tororo, something. Tororo. Tororo, I'm told, Tororo, I am told, kills a man twice. When you are walking, it kills your manhood. Your wife becomes your sister. Yes, because you can do nothing. Then eventually you die and you are buried. And you see the volume of domestic violence. Where are our district council? You are here. Tell me which law, which government, which central government will come and say, why did you pass a bylaw stopping this from coming here? So I thank Jacob. I've got an opportunity to speak with you. Please go back home, save our people. Go back home and preach the need for introducing here the new crops. Macadamia, has avocado, good breeds of cattle, cashew nuts. If you have an acre of such crops, you'll smile up to the bank. Then you grow your simsim, you grow your millet for consumption, and then as pocket money. We can do this. It is within our power. And we should thank Jacob that he has given us an opportunity, even in death, for us to speak about these things. Finally, there's been some misunderstanding between the people of this region and the people from West Nile. I'm glad to report this to you. The chair of Moyo, where's the chair of Moyo? Mr. Adrama or something, William. Oh, he's here. We had a long discussion with him in my office in Kampala. I set him to do something. I asked Honorable Ojara Mapenduzi to do something. I'm tired of this thing of running to State House. State House is not our brother. It is the Madi who is my brother. It is the Acholi who is your brother. But what I've done, I have asked the president to fund a meeting of Acholi and West Nile leaders, just to give me the funds. We will meet, one meeting in Gulu, another one in Arua. We are going to solve this and other problems, and we move on. Because we are a laughing stock. Things that we can resolve, we are a laughing stock. Acholi and Madi are going to be permanent brothers. Your neighbor is your first brother. Let me tell you, your neighbor. When your house is burning, your brother, by the time he comes from Gulu, if your neighbor here does not come to put up the fire, the whole house will burn. So I'm waiting for their reports. And with the benefit now of our sitting today, we are going to have it, West Nile, Acholi, and Lango. We're going to have this meeting as Northern Uganda now, and bring in Karamoja. It will be a bigger thing. All that I need is the funding. We are going to talk. If the first day we are going to abuse ourselves, that is progress. The fact that you can talk to one another, even if it is an abuse. Then the following day, now you can call a window a night dancer, you can call him, but the following day, it is not fun anymore to call me a night dancer. So you won't say, now I say, okay, now the night dancer has come to you, can we now talk since it is daytime? My brothers and sisters, we can solve these problems. You've heard how many presidents from Northern Uganda? 3? Dr. Obote, General Amin, General Tito Kello, and your economy has not changed. But God has given us the resources to change our economy here, and we can do it. And that's why I thank Jacob. Maybe his last act is now to unite Northern Uganda in death. Thank you so much. We'll meet again tomorrow. But let this not be the end. Let this not be a one-off. Let this be the beginning of a great journey in togetherness, journey which will make us meaningful and purposeful members of this country which we own together, Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Your Lordship. We very much appreciate the wisdom that you have shared with us today. Honorable members, we have come to the conclusion of today's council proceedings. Ordinarily, my order of adjournment should have included at least a district chairperson to make a remark, but aware that I already had silently extended time by 5 minutes because I could not interrupt the Chief Justice, allow me to adjourn this way by only introducing my right honorable colleagues with whom we have been sitting in today's council. I have the Right Honorable Speaker of Gulu City, Right Honorable Joyce Ali Marina, in the company of the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Akena Lamex,
Lambert. We have also had the Right Honorable Okwiri Patrick of Lira City. We have also had the Right Honorable Ojok Dennis Patrick of Molata, in the company of the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Aloko Ambrose. We have had Right Honorable Odoj Dennis of Kole, in the company of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ananga Justin. We have had Owa Kenneth, Right Honorable Owa Kenneth Omara of Leptong. We have had Right Honorable Ochola James of Lamour District, in the company of the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, Ochen James. We have had the Right Honorable Otobe Welbonodia of Pade, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Ojok Ismail. We have had Right Honorable Ochen John Bosco, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Opoka Noel of Kitgum. We have had Right Honorable Ojok Samuel Kitanga of Agago, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Aringo Hope. We have had Right Honorable Tony Okelo, Noya District, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Akwero Jeneth. We have also had Right Honorable Ayo Phoebe of Gulo District, in the company of her Deputy, Right Honorable Oboya William. We have had Right Honorable Opota Joel of Dokolo District, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Omara Jasfa. And then we also had a Right Honorable Betty Andera from Tororo. We have had Right Honorable Ringto Gilbert Hassan of Jombo. We have had Right Honorable Amoko Emmanuel of Moyo, in the company of his Deputy, Right Honorable Bakole Agatha. We have had Right Honorable Malasa Richard of Bulambuli. We have had Right Honorable Ogwal Lamex YK of Otuke. We have had Right Honorable Otieno Nomi of Oyam. Then we have had also Right Honorable Akim Charles of Koboko. And then in our company is also Right Honorable Mafabi Samuel of Sironko. And then we have had Right Honorable Okunzi Louis of Obonge. And finally, we have had Right Honorable Ashiko Kasim of Yumbe. Right Honorable colleagues, I will now restrain myself even from making any concluding remark, but I will pass only these two very important announcements. One, as the House is adjourned and the Right Honorable Speakers and other members will be moving out, there will be a condolence basket that shall be blessed first by the hands of the speakers moving out, and we invite all of us to come and bless the basket. And we shall also, as the speakers' procession shall be moving, we shall be receiving Otole dance. And please let us be patient, because immediately after Otole dance, lunch will be served. And the last announcement, we have received a gift. Council has received a gift of 100 books that were handed over by the Honorable State Minister for Primary Education, authored by the deceased Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, 256 quotes. Let us appreciate the family for this very good gesture. Honorable colleagues, immediately after the meeting, let the district chairpersons stand behind that tent as we organize to plant the trees that has been proposed in the council. And with this, House is adjourned.
Thank you. Very, very, very memorable. I cancel here the first of its kind, of course, where we have seen three sub-regions, Acholi, Lango, and West Nile, all convening here to have a special sitting of their council here. Very very enthusiastic, very entertaining, and this is a miniature parliament. To me, it's something very strange, something very unique, and I think it has given us the feel of being here, belonging here, and of course a lot of the things. Let me hear from you, Jackie, your observation of what we've seen and what we've heard here for the entire part of the day.
Well, thank you so very much, dear viewers and listeners of UBC, and we do appreciate you a lot. It's been really a very great and blessed day, if I may say, and according to what I can say, this has been the most successful event that I've seen, especially when we lose someone, and the response and the reaction, the attitude today actually is not as for the last 3 weeks that we have gone through, but now we see people smile. You know, people are debating, people are laughing, which is a good one.
Okay. One of the things that I actually pick out of this council meeting here, the special council meeting here today, is Oulanyah has actually been a unifier. And from the submission of the Chief Justice of Uganda, Justice Alfonso Winyidolo, you heard him talk, you heard him say, you heard him bring out these issues. But I think it is something that has really showed that Jacob Oulanyah was actually a uniting factor. And just like the Chief Justice said, these are not praises that we should just sing about, but to make the legacy and to leave the legacy of Jacob Oulanyah. Truly, there has to be unity, which to me I actually think is now very glaringly exhibited in this particular sitting of Parliament that we've had today. But just before I get into all that, we heard about the Tore dancers. Tore. What's Tore? Because we had Bola. It's now Tore again. Could you let us just go through this?
Well, Otole is like one of the traditional dances that we have from Acholi land, and is actually the same as the Bola dance. It's a dance for respect, and if they do this on your burial day, or if they send you off with this kind of dance, then you should know that indeed you're a very prominent person, respectful person, and a very...
Okay. Does that mean they haven't done the Tore dance from when we started seeing the Bola dancers do it? Is it very strange that we've not seen it before?
Well, it's not strange, and to my surprise, you're saying that you've never seen this dance, because I witnessed this from Kampala as well, and that was in Muyenga. But this is going to take place again today.
Well, thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is called the Tori dance, and with the Tori dance, they hold spears, as you can actually see. And the message in this particular dance or the singing is they are trying to confront death, and it's just a message in it saying if death, because it is their enemy, saying if we can see this enemy who has robbed from us, who has stolen from us, who has taken from us, we can confront it. It's now a war dance. As you can see, this is how it is performed, putting on animal skins and holding, of course, the artificial, I beg your pardon, the traditional artifacts that they use for the dance. Now, it is an exhibition of confronting an enemy. In this case, the enemy that we have is the enemy of death. And so this is what the Bola dancers now with their Otore dance mean. And of course, it is what we are seeing just right here today, witnessing this. We were here very early in the morning when the sun was just rising. The sun is setting or has set on us, and this just takes and brings closer Jacob Oulanyah to his final resting home. For every other day that we go through, and for every other event that we see happening, every other thing that we see being done here, only draws Jacob Oulanyah closer to his final resting home, which is still in this village of Ajuri. I'm actually told the village is Ajuri, and Lalogi is Lalogi is a sub-county. So tomorrow we will see at about this time Jacob Oulanyah's remains will be interred, and of course that will be the end of him. So here is where we are today. Just part of this. Let my sister say something in the Luo language.
Well, down to Jumakti UBC, a foy berkedwa, PN Puberi, your total, K Nano, Idiba, Kaka enemy, Mielo Tolo, Choara, Albagalam, Make Nano, down Roke, Uroke, Bongima Bejo total, Chunwa Yum, Talawan Jomano, Yum Kumalame, Uganda, Kiji Matikati, Metini, Ila Logikaka enemy, Kiti Winu, a village Macedonia, Yuri, and a gang palato, Kamadire. Wabi kano bene kome ye bat kubiri eneni wati kaneno mielo tole tika waranyim ki bene amiete a white kamaleng ni foj madir tika tia robot speaker me OMORO mono la dir bon wat Richard kachil ki deputy mamege pien ke neno tij magen ko timi wi tiano ni kaka eneni oberu be total ma lu dire wen bem duju wen go beru ka fo gen petit magen ko tiu eno mielo tole no kai tika neno TV ki bi neno mabe ento ke pe ka neno TV nyo tika win radio kita chalo ki waje kele mono na nen mielo tole oberu miel mekejo miel waro miel kejo pito manoti me ancha muke na che gore pe nyang tetone bat pratika wachini pedara tiat kilora tata enta tika wachini Jimmy matika timekan idiba ena eno kidongwa mieta wa po dan weng eno bulu chakera viewers Futo miata fu tutual miel tika waranyim ila logi kaka enene nya Jacqueline na Chiro Rebecca ka chel ki wabedo ki mayara jagenda
you very much. And of course, this has been that particular dance, the Otore dance that was requested for by the Chief Justice Oulanyah Dolo. Of course, this is one of those very good dances that they do culturally to celebrate heroes, to celebrate war victory, to celebrate their dead persons like Jacob Oulanyah has been. We want to thank you for being very good to us today, and of course for being part of what is here at Acholi in Eulogy in OMORO district, at just the residence of the right Jacob Oulanyah. Just like I told you, every other day and every other event that we go through brings closer, and it extends Jacob Oulanyah to his resting place, the grave. He will be buried tomorrow, and of course we are here and we promise to to deliver, that we will bring you live everything that it continues happening here until the very final moments of laying to rest Jacob Oulanyah. Thank you so much. My name is Jagenda Semakola Ziksoka. On behalf of the team here in Acholi, Eulogy in OMORO, a district in Acholi sub-region, we'll return to you again back to our studios in Kampala. Shalom.
Official announcement. The Honorable Minister of Public Service informs the general public that Friday 8th April 2022 is the official burial date for the late Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Jacob Oulanyah, and will be observed as a public holiday throughout Uganda. This is to allow for the citizens to attend the burial of the deceased.
Up next on UBC, brought to you by
Keep the lights on. Use Airtel Money to pay for all your Yaka bills conveniently. Open the My Airtel app to buy Yaka units. Airtel Money. Simple, secure, borderless.
Hujambo mtazamaji wa UBC TV, leo ikiwa ni tarehe 7 mwezi Aprili 2022 na kukaribisha katika taarifa hii ya habari ikisomwa nami Bella Masangano. Na moja kwa moja katika habari ya kwanza ambayo inasema kwamba Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni amethibitisha utayari alionao katika kulitafutia suluhu changamoto ya uvunjifu wa haki za binadamu nchini. Kauli hiyo ilibainishwa na mwakilishi maalum wa haki za binadamu kutoka Muungano wa Ulaya, Mheshimiwa Eamon Gilmore. Mheshimiwa Gilmore alikutana na Rais Museveni akiwa nchini